responses. Where's my link? I found it. It's okay. Oh my god. Okay. That's a big old tie. Cole gets number one. And then there's a four-way tie for second between Iskar, Cricket, Nox, and Thach.
That's mine.
Want to roll a d4 for it?
We need a hype man to get us more voters on these polls.
We do. Part of it, and this is entirely my fault, is that I've been slacking on the uploads for like a week and a half. So, that's probably my fault. Anyway, let's do it. Here we go.
What's the opposite of fault? Because this is your fault, then roll a d3 so it doesn't get inspiration.
That's fair. Okay, Iskar's 1, Nox is 2, Thach is 3.
Or roll a d4. You can be for it.
I'll be for it.
No chips is 4.
3 is Thach.
Hey,
We did it.
I think I still have it. Oh no, I don't have it. It's there. I have it now. Thank you.
You do now. Perfect.
I already had it. I just wanted it anyway.
I was going to say, I also already had it. Winning is fun, so,
Hey.
I never know when to spend inspiration. Like, I know you should spend it on important stuff like starting a cult and stuff, but like that happens so rarely.
Spend it to save your life, or just when you really want to.
Exactly, yeah. I burn inspiration, or I should say I don't burn inspiration. I potion syndrome inspiration. I save that shit for death saving throws, and that is it. Or, like, really story-relevant attack rolls sometimes. I don't know. Sometimes skill check. I don't know. I don't know. I potion syndrome it, though. It's the point.
I save mine for very important things. Like if I know what coconut madness is.
Oh my god.
But do I?
Christ.
No, I think you've rolled no on that like 3 times.
You have
now.
rolled no on it like 3 times.
Because I rolled like only 4 and 5.
It's
I must get a natural 20.
It's punishment for blowing your inspiration on whether or not you've heard of coconut madness, which is not a real thing.
How do you know it's not a real thing?
Oh, God.
Iskar begs to differ.
It sounds like a real thing to me.
Well, it doesn't sound like
Well,
a real
what's
thing
coconut
to Ice
madness?
because you've rolled 4 on 4 separate knowledge checks, so...
Uh-huh. One of these days I'll get it.
Is this ice?
Yeah, this is Ice. I'm sorry, his name is Mice now.
Thank you.
Mice? What?
So there is this tree that we found in the Feywild that produces this fruit that changes something about you.
You cut out.
Oh, sorry. There's this tree that we found in the Feywild that produces this fruit, and when you eat it, it changes something about you. And naturally, because Ice is a Sochi character, he has eaten from that tree like 70 times.
Hey now, only like one of them was from that. The other were from the bean.
That's true. We had a Beans episode, which, oh my god, we get to have a Beans episode here soon.
Today's the beans episode.
But, so his character has changed race like 7 times now, and he's currently rat folk. I don't know how long that's going to take. But
I'm a mouse folk.
I'm sorry. No, he's mouse
Win,
folk.
you don't have to continue. You have achieved endgame.
But his whole story is that he's trying to get his body back.
Right? Like he sold his soul to some wizard, and then the wizard put it into a warforged, and his entire character arc is like, oh, I gotta get my body back because I don't like being a warforged. And then he's just eaten from this fruit like 70 times and changed races.
I mean, listen, that sounds like his problem.
I mean, I'll get there eventually.
He sold his soul, like, and then he just didn't want what happened.
We're kind of just waiting for him to accidentally roll tabaxi on the chart eventually, and then, that's
It's gonna
it.
happen.
He just wins. He's done.
It could be a way to wrap up his story quickly enough. He just has to eat enough of those fruit.
Right?
I'm just trying to make my story go really fast for you guys.
Yeah. I honestly feel like half of this party could have all of their problems solved by just, like, spending a day to do it. Like, Mustard has the money. We literally just have to go travel there and pay it. No, that's a D100 roll. It scares me. Okay. It's Sunday, right? Like we just finished a long rest.
Why is Gilly so big? Oh no, there's more.
Oh no!
No.
36 gillies spawn an attack.
No.
I think that's his reach.
Does this line up with anything on the glyphs?
The Gileads.
So, what is the plan for today?
Are we streaming?
You guys just finished a long rest. Guys did a bunch of shopping. Got a little bit of information from Thach's teacher. And had some strange encounters with between a couple of party members who are unfortunately not here.
Whoops.
Yeah, what the hell is
Whoops.
going on with fucking Tough and Toza?
You know, it makes sense that Cole and Tough aren't here right now. They're probably off doing weird brother.
Probably.
They're having weird conversations and probably having sex somewhere.
Sure.
Oh,
Are you ready
God.
for that fan art, guys?
No, oh my god. Okay. So
We're gonna get it.
the plan, I think, is we are ready to accompany Snow to the Titan after we get our remaining friends' fingers put back on. And Simmons, I can't remember if we did it at the end of last session or if we were going to do it at the start of this session.
We did not do it at the end of the last session. We were going to do it at the start of this session.
Sick.
And, yeah, take care of that.
Okay, cool. Because I'm like, why am I at half HP already?
Already did.
Get some mana.
Because you had a 1v1 versus Cole, right? I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, make sure you reset to what it was beforehand.
I already gave myself rest last time.
Oh yeah,
Son,
I have a very important thing. If Daru is here.
He,
he's here. I can't hear him though. I haven't heard him.
Yeah, he's here, but I don't know if he's here.
I am, but I'm about to go AFK to the bathroom. So.
Wow. But I have a stone to sell you.
Right. We just got money. Did you get your money?
How much money? I probably didn't.
That's like 600 gold.
Yeah, something in that ballpark.
600 something.
That's quite a bit.
I think it was like 609, but I don't remember.
I'm scrolling up. I know it was listed over here.
Yeah.
603 gold, 7 silver, 5 copper.
Oh right, I spent all my money on the scroll.
Right? I'm already broke again. How does this keep happening? Cricket.
It's not even an important scroll. It's literally a scroll for character stuff.
Well, yeah, that's accurate. But it might be useful too.
I guess it could. I can make an observatory if you want.
Yeah, whenever Daru is actually here, I have things to do.
I'll let you know when I get back.
Okay.
Cool. But yeah, in the meantime, I think we're heading back to the mountains. Well, we're gonna head to. Let's go talk to Maple and get our friend's fingers put back on.
Right.
And deliver all of the magazines and the tea kettle with Cozy and everything else that we got for her.
All right. So Oak is willing, is as grateful as she can be
Of course.
about receiving these the tea cozy and the magazines and everything. She does let you guys know that she, depending on like when you guys want to leave, like if you want to leave today, she's not going to be able to reattach everybody's fingers. Like it's going to take a couple days for her to perform all of these.
Right.
I mean, if you're staying behind, right? They could get their fingers attached by themselves if we gave them the stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. as long as they feel confident doing that on their own. I think that's okay.
Like most of them weren't planning on going with you guys.
Yeah. You gonna be okay here, sir?
Yeah, I think I'll be alright. Boris is here, and Arena seems amiable.
Same.
And Ish is very nice. I think we'll manage.
Yeah. Wrap up the little diamond dust in a tiny little parchment thing, and I hand it off to her. Like, this is for your finger. After a few days, Maple up there will have the magic to reattach your finger. And she's gonna need this.
Thank you. She seems a little uncomfortable looking at her finger, but okay, covers it back up.
Don't worry. You'll be back to normal in no time. Give her a hug.
She gives you a big hug too.
I'm gonna go find a big rock or iron titan, whatever it is, with Snow.
I don't know if we should call it a big rock, at least not in front of Snow.
No, big rock or iron titan, like it's composition, you know?
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Like it's rock, stone,
Sure.
marble.
I used to ride those babies for miles.
Everything magical back in that. Where your fancy smashy moving rock and your airship.
Well, have we? No, I guess we haven't. Just kidding. Oh well.
And your illusory brothels.
Yeah.
Your diamond privilege.
Diamond privilege.
I will hear none of it. I'll hear absolutely none of it. It's a shame there's no salt in the game. You guys would have so much of that we could trade.
It's sugar.
You can use sugar. Kind of looks like salt.
It does kind of look like salt. Alright, I gather up my things. Go find Snow and Thach.
Oh my god, I was muted.
Oh, what?
Hi. What were you saying?
Oh, it's too late now.
It's too late.
Oh, no.
The moment's been lost.
Yep.
Yeah, we find Snow. How's Snow doing?
Alright, so yeah, all of your companions and friends are pretty confident that they'll be able to kind of handle themselves here.
Okay.
Oh,
That Snow is very eager to get going and return because you guys have been away for a decent amount of time at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Oh,
they'll
Maple.
gather up, and Pine is able to bring you over to one of the larger trees on the island and begins casting transport via plants.
sick.
I assume you guys are just going back to the exactly where you left, right? Was the plan?
Yeah, I mean, unless we can like scry and get put a little closer, but yeah, I assumed we'd probably just go right back where he already found the tree.
It was a giant
Right.
cactus.
You guys step through and find yourself returned to the former campsite. the Kenra seem to have largely cleared out. You can see like remnants of the camp cleared away. Fire pits and things like that are still kind of scattered out or throughout the area, but people seem to have cleared out at this point, except for a couple of gnolls who are still waiting patiently for your return. They come over and like Snow and them kind of have a brief discussion, just kind of filling each other in on what's been happening.
I'm standing there listening in, ears perked up for any signs of human sacrifice, giving up the life.
Sure, give me a perception check.
I imagine they're speaking in Beaskin, and mine's kind of rusty. So let's see. Perception. Oh, 16.
16 isn't bad, and they're not like trying to be discreet or anything. They're not trying to have a private conversation or anything. So you're able to listen in. You don't hear anything about any like human sacrifice or anything like that. At least not from the gnolls that were accompanying Snow. Snow does mention a few things, but nothing like that didn't actually occur. She talks about Gilly and the trap and your friends. The
How
the
we're
fingers.
idiots. I just nod.
Do you think they're gonna want to like see that presentation?
Oh, I want to ask them. They want to see the presentation.
It's just we've worked so hard on it, and it's really concise.
Right.
Like I feel like we've really got this down.
I feel like we get better each time.
It does. We aren't embellishing it, are we? Are we? We have to be careful that we don't fall into that slippery
Oh
slope.
no, I call it out.
Okay, good. Gotta keep us honest, man. Showbiz.
Also, I can't perform, so I'm just making food.
Well, sure. That's a form of performance.
It is?
Yeah, why not? It's art.
I guess it is. File's back. Since Nox can harass him.
Yes, hello. I heard somebody wanted to sell me something.
You get extra phlegmy when you hear about.
It's when he gets aroused by the thought of magic stones.
Oh, you
Do
keep
you
that.
have stones for me? I tried to get Flemmy with stones, and I don't know how to do it.
I was gonna say this.
Stones. Stones.
Gross.
It's real gross. I like it.
Oh, yes, I have a stone.
Describe them to me.
Describe them to me. Well, I have one topaz stone for sale. That is what you might call a tier 3.
Oh, that's pretty high up there.
Oh, yes. And I will sell it to you and put it into your stuff for the good old price of 500 gold.
Believe me, the temptation is strong. I'll have to think about it.
Oh, yes.
You have to decide tonight because we're leaving.
Yes. You must decide tonight.
Oh,
I don't know. I could always just go find somebody else, but You've been a good customer for me.
This is extortion.
I can't even remember if it's the right price.
Right? I, honest to God, don't remember if he's making up this price or not.
Yeah,
Oh, I know what price it is.
yeah, I know.
Well, I know you know what price it is.
If only there was a way to find out.
Seen Junior or anybody else selling tier 3 stones yet anywhere, Drake?
I think that's what we got.
This was it.
This is.
Oh,
I bought it and I'm reselling it to you
uh,
because I need the money.
For something else, yeah.
Yeah. I found something else that I want and I need the money.
How about that free market? Here's how it works, huh? Seems like a really good idea, right?
I do not like it.
What's wrong with it?
I mean, it's a tier 3. It'll do the really good stuff.
You guys think it's weird that the 3 draconic members of the party are the ones who are anti-capitalist? Just saying, that seems to like contradict everything that I've ever known or believed about dragons.
Dragons and their like gold hoarding thing.
It
Right.
makes sense.
What capitalist?
I
I
think.
don't know what that word means.
It means, oh boy, we're gonna have to get into this one another time.
A capitalist just means you like to buy and sell stuff.
Capitalist means whoever has the money makes the rules. Technically, that's plutocracy, but they usually become the same thing after a couple, centuries.
Don't listen to him. He's a commie.
I also have 9 int. Please don't listen to me. I have no history
Don't listen to
proficiency.
him. He's a commie.
I have 5 in, so I still don't get it.
Oh no.
You want to get your definition of capitalism from me?
Thach pulls
Iskar will tell you all about it.
Simmons aside and explains it with finger puppet.
Thach, I'm not a child. I'm just dumb. I don't need your finger puppet.
I work really hard on these.
You made them in like 10 seconds. I saw you. I'm right here.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I didn't work hard on them. So this one is Simmons, and this here's the capitalist man. We just call him the man.
Oh no.
So, please accept my persuasion to buy the stone.
I'll do it for 400.
I cannot do that. That is less than what I paid for it.
Oh, real shame.
I make you a deal and I put it in your thing for 450.
425.
469.
Nice.
I like this number, but that is not how haggling works.
But I say a different price. The best I can do is $20.
Let me call my friend. He's an expert on this sort of thing. He can take a look at it.
Isn't it usually the
So,
pawn shop that calls the friend?
Yeah.
So
it's-
you are calling me.
oh, I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this joke.
I mean, I am the stone expert.
Things are rapidly deteriorating.
I do a 450.
Hmm.
You can't beat that 22 persuade.
Or can I?
I can.
But that include the installation fee.
I can't.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I'll do 450.
It was a good doing business with you.
What do I want to put it in though?
You don't even know what you're gonna put in.
It's okay, man. He just needs it. He needs it for something, man.
I need these stones.
It's got to be your you have a good axe now, right? I think.
Turns into water.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like you put it in and out of your shield like 7 different times now. Maybe another
Like
shield.
I have 2 things socketed in my axe. One just made it a +1 magic weapon. The other one is all damage converted to cold. And it made my axe head fall off and turn into water. Has anyone? I'm sure we've tried putting these stones into just armor, right?
Mhm.
Did that do some cool stuff?
That
Yeah.
gave me a fly speed.
It can give fly speed. That's how I got my displacer armor.
Okay, I'm gonna try that. Let's put tier 3 stone topaz in my scale. Yeah. Let's do it. Do it.
Straight
Do
into
it.
the tier 3
Do it.
stone.
Do it!
Alright, roll a
I'm gonna help you.
first roll your tinkering check.
Guidance.
And with advantage. +21 +1d4.
+1d8 if he's doing that bardic inspiration.
Mhm.
Oh. 2 and 3. 26.
What? No, 25.
With advantage because I'm helping him.
Oh, right.
Excellent. That's plenty. So, what's your Tinkerstool proficiency?
You mean like the bonus to it, or
Just what your proficiency bonus is.
+9?
+9.
Expertise.
Yes. Yeah, I have expertise.
Expertise is 6.
Well, it says 9
Oh, wait.
to my thing.
That's plus the intelligence.
Right. This totally doesn't add
Um,
your. Yeah. Right. So so roll a D100 plus 12.
No whammies. No whammies.
It's something.
Whammy is a really hard word to say in a Russian accent.
Whammies.
Whammies.
65.
Whammies. I can say it just fine. Give me the whammies.
So what did I get?
Syphilis.
Oh
Gross.
no.
Aw.
I didn't need an enchantment for that.
Just to sleep around.
Without protection.
This is the medieval times. What sort of protection you talking about?
Dude, we live in a world
Lambskin.
with magic. Like,
Lambskin.
yeah, there's lambskins too.
That don't actually help very
Or
much.
you could just be a paladin and not have to worry about it.
Exactly. Like, what town doesn't have at least like a small cleric or something?
So that sounds more like you do get it. You just have to cure it after.
Yeah, sure.
I not get it though.
But the cleric means you have to be a certain strength of paladin.
Kobolds don't have to worry about it. We just have to worry about salmonella.
Salmonella.
No.
Who is this Salmonella? Is he a threat to you?
The bad dude. I don't actually know the symptoms of salmonella poisoning.
I think it's just vomiting, right? Lots of vomiting.
Maybe.
I don't know either. You think they just made it up so that we wouldn't eat Raw chicken.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
We need more
That
food.
salmonella is real. Please don't listen.
We need more food-based conspiracies.
I've never met anyone who got sick with salmonella poisoning. Just saying.
That means all your friends are smart enough to not eat raw chicken.
And turkey, and also reptiles can carry it. And you can contract it by touch. If you touch your mouth
Wait.
after.
Touch.
So quit putting lizards in your mouth.
Yeah. Do not put strange lizards in your mouth, for sure.
I finally understand why my mom didn't want me to touch lizards when I was a kid.
Salmonella.
Pretty much.
I always thought she thought they were going to pee on me or something, but that makes way more sense.
So, well, so she figures out what the armor is going to do. Do you guys have anything else that you wanted to accomplish?
Not before
Oh,
we
that
leave.
was it.
Yeah.
Just helping.
Nothing in this big, open, empty field?
There's a. I'm scared.
Do
What?
it.
I want to do it. Nox, you're going to have to be the one that does it, though, because you literally have...
Oh, I'm gonna do it immediately then.
What are we doing?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, like,
I missed.
in character, none of the rest of us know. So, like, you got to do it, and then we'll get this party
Oh, I'll
started.
do it. Okay. First of all, let me just tell you which one to read.
Sure. Or you can make up something on your own.
That's true. I could make something up.
Just something
No.
Fuck.
similar.
Don't fuck me over. For what it's worth, I already have an item that makes me immune to disease.
Oh, but that's what I was gonna do.
Again?
It's just double powerful.
No.
All right, I'll just do the +1. Because that seems good for him. And I can't think of anything else.
All right, then yeah, it's a solid +1 armor.
Okay.
But
Anything else?
And it does not have a detrimental property.
even better. Oh, there you go. I make it stronger.
We need to fix this scar sword.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Could Junior make a scabbard for that?
Not in the time that he had.
Son of a bitch.
Don't talk about it like that.
No, that was just a general son of a bitch thing. I would never speak ill of Phantasmo
I am telling
Oh,
Phantasm.
that language.
or Salem. Yes, okay, language is fine.
But there you go, Daru. I am not too used to working with a level 3, so that is the best that I can do for right now. But I will keep working on it and can always change it if it needed.
You should try it again. I know you can do it. I believe in you.
It begins.
Can I try it again?
Sure.
Yes.
It is a DC 21 to remove.
Oh. I will need all the help.
I help.
Is this happening Saturday night when he actually bought the gym?
I assume so.
Okay, then take another Bardic.
I'll guidance you again, too.
Oh!
Oh.
Take another help. 13.
D8 and D4.
Ooh!
And a DA.
Oh!
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically as low as I could.
Pushed it real close, but you do, with the assistance and motivation of your friends, you were able to remove the stone safely
I was just.
There is a brief moment as you're taking it out where you start to hear some like just creaking and cracking sounds. But as you finish popping it out, it seems intact, undamaged.
He's okay. I was just thinking about my teacher visiting. I was a distracted.
All right. You can make another Tinker Skills check to put the stone back in.
Guidance.
DC is only 16 here. Yeah. Putting it back in is no problem. Able to set it in place. You can roll a D100 plus 12.
Wow. Amazing.
Well, 24. Well, helping Thach's like, but it's a real good +1 armor with no detriments. I think it's real serviceable. Oh, you don't want it.
That
Daru is picky.
Drew, have you ever considered how your selfishness affects the other members of your clan?
Yeah, Drew.
I think Daru died.
I also really feel bad because now I remember his whole clan is dead.
Okay, we're his clan now.
Exactly.
We've adopted.
I don't understand how Daru doesn't have to have papers, but I have to have papers.
He does have to have papers.
What?
Yeah. Dragonborn or mob.
Because the Dragonborn rebelled. All because of Cricket.
Damn.
Right, so I don't understand why humans don't have to have papers when they're clearly just like ape-themed beastmen, and other beastmen have to have papers. Doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, not
And
all of them do.
tobacco.
Yeah, Tabaxi and Kenra don't.
Mankind is the real monster.
It's true. Here, here.
So,
Well,
When we're
Wow.
talking about the stone.
I was going to say, I think we're discussing options.
Alright, I'm gonna type up a thing and send it to you, Violet, and then figure out what you guys are doing.
I have a thing I have to go
Okay.
by. Dory, you're gonna love it.
Okay.
I hope you like being immune to disease.
He does. He talks about it all the time. How he's immune to disease.
all the time.
All the time.
He loves it.
Yeah, after it's done typing, I have to go buy a thing. It's what I needed the money for.
Right, you are. Yeah, after getting that money from Duru, you are able to.
And then you
Order
notice that
that,
Drew never actually gave you any money. Haha.
Able to order that stone and receive it before you guys leave.
Oh,
I can't wait.
can't believe I got that for only $7.50. I love having a teacher
By a difference.
in high up places.
Oh.
Oh, I got a tier 4 stone. Don't worry about it.
What are you gonna put it in?
Not sure yet.
Your disruption ball? Maybe your armor?
I can
Shield?
put it in chips.
Oh no.
An object?
He likes being objectified, so
What, that's something he likes.
Who doesn't?
oh, Dre, what type of stone was it? Do you know? Was it an emerald?
I think it was an emerald.
Oh yeah, I literally have it wrote down right here. Duh.
For the emerald, it'll take 350 to enchant it.
What? Do I have to like pay someone to do that, or can I do it?
No, that's just what you can do.
Oh wait, is the 3? You mean like Tinker's Tools wise? Like I have to
Yeah.
keep doing it to 3?
Yeah. And other people can help you with that too.
Sick.
What do you need to help him with that? Just Tinkerstill's proficiency?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay, I can help. Provided you're not working into the wee hours of the night, because Thach will say, like, hey, you need some rest.
Come
Or some
on.
coffee.
I must get to the stones done. The Hellstone. It beckons.
He's very passionate about his work.
I am getting kind of close to getting the Hellstone done though, which is exciting.
I'm real curious to see
Someone's
what
gonna
does.
get cursed.
Right? Like this is definitely 100% how cursed items get made.
Oh hell yeah! And it's gonna be the best. But can I get some of the? Can I work on stones now, or do I not have time?
Currently, no. But that's just because you guys are just getting onto the road.
But there's a big
definitely-
open field over there.
Do it.
There is.
Do it.
I do know what they do, right? I mean, not like exactly like here's the table, but I mean like I have the knowledge of if I plant.
You know that something will happen.
Okay.
You get the sense that there's a high concentration of chaotic magic at work here, and it's very difficult to pinpoint the exact response that's going to occur. But you don't suspect that it's anything like world-ending. Like you're not going to, plant a Tarask or something.
Man, that's what I wanted.
I was gonna say, you're selling him away from it now.
Don't just throw them away.
Yeah. That means you plant them all at once in the same
Yeah.
spot.
It actually makes it explode.
Okay. Are any of you farmers?
I've never met a farmer. I don't know.
What? I thought you had
Community
shroom farmers. Wait, you definitely have met shroom farmers. That counts. Also,
I used to be a shroom farmer.
Dex
We don't
farmer.
call ourselves farmers. We call it cultivars.
cultivars. That's a
Yeah.
way fucking cooler name than farmer, man. Why don't we
Right?
call them cultivars?
I'm a
Because you-
farmer. That seems fine to me.
No, you're not. You're a cultivar. Cultivar Thach.
What's a cultivar?
It depends on what you grow. If it's mushrooms, you're a cultivar. If it's
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever the fuck farmers grow, you're a farmer.
Cultivar.
Wait,
Cultivar.
corn.
Cultivar is a person in a cult.
Cultivar Thackeray Gackeray weeds. It just rolls off the tongue.
I don't know if farmer's a title even.
Maybe since he grows corn, we can call him Cornivore.
Ooh.
Cornivar.
Cornivore Thackeray Gackeray.
Dude, that is an
I love
amazing
it.
title. Cornivar?
I have a question about the gaggery part. Where's that coming from?
Oh, I made that
Is
up.
that
But
not what the G stands
yeah,
for?
we're sticking to it.
You know what? Okay.
I
I
thought
don't
that's
know
what
what the G stands
everybody's
for.
middle initial was.
I thought
It's
that
just-
was your middle name.
It rhymed. Yes.
Who told you?
I don't know.
Cricket's making or avoiding eye contact.
I don't have a middle name. What should mine be?
Your middle name can be whatever you want it to be, but also it should be scratchy.
Iskar Biskar.
It should be what?
Iskar
Iskar
Giskar?
Biskar.
Yeah, there we go.
Biskar.
Oh, no,
Iskar Giskar.
Iskar Biskar.
Iskar Biskar Dreadmaw. I like it.
Wait, is it
Great.
Dreadmaw?
Oh, no.
Cricket Gicket.
Cricket Gicket. Yeah, that's definitely what I need is more middle names.
Yeah. And Darugaru. Oh, that's a good name.
Thecapest,
Daru-
Gekapest, Deratostrix, Geratostrix. I hate it. Thanks.
Okay. While you guys keep talking about those, I need a farmer.
I'm a
Slash-
farmer.
He's a
Slash a
farmer.
cult person.
I'm actually a farmer.
Yeah, he's a cornivar.
Okay. Well, you guys can keep talking about that, but I need to steal him.
What is this for?
We gotta plant to something.
Oh, okay. Can I come?
Okay. I mean, if you want to.
Hey, are you
Cursed? Yes.
gonna go plant those beans?
Maybe.
The beans are hardly magic.
Maybe.
We're just gonna plant beans. Oh, that's fine. We need some water.
I just planting beans.
Okay, I want to watch.
I do too.
All right, let's all go. It's a party thing. Let's do it.
You guys all head over to a clearing. Snow looks at you and is like, "Oh, what are you doing?" He, okay. And she follows along with you guys.
Okay, but what do they taste like?
This is Anaxa. He's our resident artificer. He has a lot of weird rituals that he has to do sometimes, but he also provides us with magical services in exchange. So we humor him.
It's just my science project for school.
If we're helping with school,
Oh yeah, it's for school. I swear.
It's definitely not for school. Please don't listen to him.
I mean, you met my teacher. It's for school.
Your teacher is a mob boss.
that guy was a mob boss.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, wow, just because he's a short means he's evil. Okay.
Hey, I'm short. Iskar's short. Well,
I'm
Exactly.
tall for a kobold.
It's true, actually.
I mean, just look at Chips.
Hey, is Chips evil?
Oh, yes, he is made of pure evil. How else do you think I made him?
What?
I mean, found him.
I have asked you on 6 separate occasions what Chips is, and you're just now telling me that he is pure evil? What does that even mean?
Okay, so these beans, they need to be planted.
Okay.
Hey, so you know how I keep talking about how great it is to be immune to disease all the time?
Yeah.
Anybody else feel like trying that hot shit out?
No, I'm good.
I like being diseased.
I dangle this necklace that I take off after I find out what this armor does.
Does it require...
And what's the necklace do?
It makes you immune to disease.
Does it require attunement?
It does.
Oh, okay, no thanks.
Sure, I've got a free attunement slot, but I'll have to give you back this amulet proof against detection, I think.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah, this is what I'm attuned to because they have my blood and they can kind of, scry on me.
It might be a good idea for you to hold on to that for now, actually.
But that's fair. Maybe you should give it to Cole or something.
Can you attune to 2 necklaces?
Um,
You do have a very thick neck.
Is that a racial ability? I can attune to 2 necklaces.
Not hearing a no.
You're
You're considered to have
This
3
is-
neck slots.
This is an RPG. You only get 1 neck slot
Okay.
and only 2 ring slots.
It's really dumb.
It is, and it's definitely... I shouldn't comment.
Now,
Yeah,
if you want to attune to 2 necklaces, sure. The only thing that I would say you couldn't attune to multiple of is a cloak or armor or something
Yeah.
like that.
Boots and gloves.
Or boots.
Unless the armor was a specific thing, like a helmet and boots would be
Like a
fine.
set?
Do you get set bonuses?
Possibly. We'll
Sick.
discuss it later.
Yay!
Also,
Okay.
can't I use one boot of one and one boot of the other and get half of each magical effect?
Yeah, you can have 1 boot of springing and striding and 1, spider climb boot. So you just have to kind of somehow climb up with 1 foot. If you can justify how you're doing that, then I'll allow it.
Magic.
We'll name it the Boot of Cricket.
It's good enough.
Okay, so these beans.
Okay. They're not just
Oh,
beans,
not-
right?
You have to cook them
It's,
first.
it's just a bean. And I'll pull one out and be like, look.
Okay. Why is it so important, though? You're treating it like it's important. Let's do something with it. What are we supposed to do?
Okay, I'll hand it to Thackeray. Here, I'll plant this.
Okay. I'm not expecting much from happening here because, I was told it was just a bean.
It's just a
it's
bean.
it's a
Yeah.
big bean.
Yeah, it's a
But-
big bean. And it's got magic on it.
You're able to dig a small hole for it, plant it, cover it up.
Give it a kiss before it planted.
So who among you is watering this thing?
Farmer. I'll do it. Take out my watering skin.
All right. Pour a little water from your water skin on it. Thach, give me a D100.
Oh, boy.
Time to roll a new character.
All right. Roll me 4d6 6 times.
6 times?
I'm kidding.
Terrifying. Absolutely
I was about to
terrifying.
roll it. It's like 46 times. Oh no!
Wow.
Damn.
I'd take them.
That would have been an actual 17 too. It was D61, 15, 17, 13, 11, 14, 7. That's a great character.
Add that to the NPC pile. Right? Oh, 5d4.
Ooh. 15 more beans.
That's a lot of something.
All right, I need to look up the stat block real quick.
Oh
Oh,
no.
no.
Oh no.
Was Daru standing with us?
I think we're all there.
Do I notice that it kind of looks like Daru is very excited?
I'm excited. Oh gosh, Simmons now knows what the beans do.
Right?
I'm dripping with anticipation.
What the fuck does that mean?
All this
All
talk
right.
about dripping and beans.
I need all of you guys to make dexterity saving throws.
Oh, no.
Fuck.
Pyramid.
Oh, it's so bad. No.
All right, the earth begins to kind of churn as suddenly and rapidly a bunch of vines burst from the ground and begin crawling across the ground, spreading out from where this bean was planted. Pretty much all of you, except for Chips and Cricket, are able to back up and kind of keep away from these things. But Chips and Cricket are immediately both wrapped and entangled in these vines. You're both grappled and restrained.
Oh, these are cool. What are these? Is this part of it?
That looks
What the
fun.
devil's going on?
And out from the center, where all of these vines are kind of like flower spreading out from the center, kind of crawling along some of these vines are these like small little maggots which approach Cricket and Chips
I don't like
and
it.
begin to
I don't like it.
crawl up both of their bodies.
They might be friendly and or delicious.
I have this axe! I'm gonna try to chop at the vines before they get to... Okay, I don't know if we can react. Doesn't look like it.
These grubs begin to crawl across your skin, Cricket, but they can't seem to pierce past your scales under your fur. And Chips, similarly, they start to crawl and kind of nip at Chips, but can't break through his armor.
All right, we better cut him out.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Oh gosh, get out, get out!
I'm just start chopping at these things and trying to cut my way free.
I thought those were just beans!
Wait, when I pull my sword out, does it freeze the water in the vines solid so that they shatter?
No, unfortunately. Though some of the liquid across Daru's armor does start to kind of frost
Have
a little bit.
have I had time to attune to that yet?
It happened
Yes,
yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's so cold.
All right. Yeah, you guys are able to start chopping away at the vines, but the vines continue to spill out and swarm across the ground, spilling out until it starts to encompass close to a 30-foot radius. At least until Simmons pulls out the flame rod and just goes to town. The vines start to peel away and curl and burn as Simmons cuts through them.
You're welcome.
These are terrible things. Thanks, Simmons.
What was that? Was that part of the plan?
What plan? We were just planning beef.
Grubs continue to bite at you, Cricket, to no avail. But unfortunately, Chips,
Well, time to put them down.
two of these grubs cut through Chips's flesh and begin to burrow under his skin like the scarabs in the mummy.
Oh
What is
no!
with you and gross bugs?
I did not make up this chart. I'm very sorry. Alright. Chips takes 8 points of piercing damage as 2 rot grubs infest him.
Gross.
What do you guys do?
I attack Chips.
Alright.
I was gonna say I'm still just like cutting vines, trying to get all this to stop. I will use fire because I see that that's work. Oh wait, I don't have fire anymore. Just kidding.
Alright. Yeah, Simmons, you cut Chips for 17 points of fire damage.
I'm going for the grubs mostly, but I'm not making sure I don't hit Chips.
Yeah. Fortunately, as you fire licks across the open wounds, the grubs inside of him push their way back out and burn.
Does Chips bleed?
Not particularly.
He
Is
dribbles.
it more like the flubber?
It's a little flubbery. It's also a little bit like the synths in Alien.
Oh.
They're full of milk.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah.
he smells.
Simmons cuts through Chips, kind of clearing some of these grubs away. What do the rest of you guys do?
Chopping at grubs, chopping at the vines, chopping at everything.
Yeah,
Alright.
just trying to
Okay.
chop whatever I can.
Yep, likewise.
Oh, Chips is also spitting on him.
Good call. Right. That Chips is able to burn away the last of the grubs that are on him, and Cricket, you are able to cut away some of these grubs, clearing them off of yourself. As the rest of you begin cutting through some of these vines. Eventually, as you guys continue to cut through these things, unfortunately, before they got another round, the vines eventually settle, seeming to have completed their growth, and then just settle in this big, like, vine patch. A couple of small buds form and open up into a small, like, circular flowers that bloom across the entire patch that is now like a 60-foot radius that is slightly hacked up by several of you.
Ooh, it's beautiful.
Okay. I guess it's not all bad.
Okay.
That was fun.
That was interesting.
I think that was mostly bad.
Does it always do that?
No.
That's what you said.
They all are different.
Are they all gonna like attack them? Can we use these
No.
offensively?
You just, something happened. You plant the bean, a thing happened. Ta-da. You never know what is gonna happen, though.
Give me one.
Okay.
I plant it. I pour water on it.
We just.
All right, roll a d100 cricket.
We should find out what happens if you.
Oh my god, isn't that the exact same thing? Oh no, we got a 37. It might be different.
It might be.
I wish you would gotten a 37. You guys could have just been paranoid that every bean is the exact same
Right.
thing.
More rut grubs.
All right, I need you to roll a d8 and a d6.
I don't like that. That's an elemental type and something else.
All right, the similar to the previous one, the ground kind of churns and dirt kicks up, but this time instead of bursting out and spreading horizontally, this plant erupts vertically. Twisting vines seem to knit together into this twisted, like trunk of a tree. Several branches extend outward, and you see several small blue flowers open up, and several buds at the tips of the branches.
Shields up.
Shields up!
Shields
The
up.
plant is about 3 feet tall, and doesn't seem to do anything at first.
Hey.
Can I identify the plant? Well, that's one big geranium.
Roll a d2. Excellent. And roll 2d6.
Oh no. Or yes? I don't know.
A lot of roll.
Right?
I'm concerned. You might be creating a whole new person.
Oh god, I hope not.
I hope it's a kobold.
All right. One of the buds begins to slowly open up, and the petals kind of twist as they open up, and this large cloud extends from it. I need all of you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh jeez.
Darn it.
God damn it, Cricket. What are you doing?
Why are we planting these beans?
Yeah, that's what I say.
This seems like some real bad shit.
The first time.
The beans are good. It just the cultivator is not good. It
You mean the
requires
carnivore?
good carnivore.
We need a beanivore.
Carnivore?
Cultivar.
All of you have to plug your nose as this awful stench spills out from this thing. Just like rotten eggs. But as it fills Iskar and Cricket's nose in particular, both of you just begin retching and just kind of crumble to your knees and barely breathe.
No, he's doing the cat
Nope.
twerk thing.
I don't like it. Iskar buries his face in the ground.
Oh, it's fertilizing the ground. Don't do that. You'll suffocate in your own. Come on. I hold him up over somewhere in the pit. Let it out.
No, let me die.
I need a soft surface. I need carpet or clothes.
As happening,
No, no, no!
another-
Do it in the bathroom on the tile,
No, I
please.
can't do it. I can't do it. It's a hard surface. I need something soft.
Here,
another
the ground.
It's too easy to clean. Where's like a rug?
another bud begins to open, revealing a small glowing red bead.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, I want that when I get back. Ugh.
You're not gonna plant it, are you?
Of course I'm gonna. Ugh.
Bleh.
Did you say a bean or a bead?
Bead.
Yeah, so I thought it's a bead, not a bean.
Oh, okay. All right. When I get done vomiting, I run over to that red bead. Or bead. and
The
look at it.
cloud is remaining in the area.
Oh. Who's. Oh. Anyone have
I
like,
take
gust?
I use my wind fan to blow away all
Oh,
these
there we go.
stink clouds.
It finally, we used it. We got something out of it.
Right. You use the wind fan. You're able to blow away the stinking cloud.
Okay, I'm gonna cautiously approach. And go check out that red bead.
You step over to it, and it's just this kind of pulsing bead.
Nox, is this gonna blow up? What is it? What is this? Come take a look at this thing.
I'm gonna go like back away, maybe 60 feet from here.
No, wait till Cricket comes over instead of standing beside it.
What's this timer? It's almost at 0.
It kind of smells like a delayed blast fireball.
Okay, can I identify it?
Sure, give me an Arcana check. Nox, you're not entirely sure, but as you get up to a Cricket, you take a look at it. This is a delayed blast fireball bead.
Oh shit! It's active. I
Oops.
threw it. I throw it far. From the group.
Active.
Take it, throw it. Where do you? You're just throwing it in any direction.
Away
At the temple.
away from people, especially away from like the gnolls. But yeah, away from all of us.
Give me an athletics check.
Athletics.
I probably should have let the athlete throw it.
Oh no! What? Okay. Yeah, that's
No.
Yeah, I see
no.
Cricket start to try and throw, and I just run.
Oh, no.
All right, you throw this thing. Unfortunately, it's very small and it's very light. Like it's like
So more of a dexterity check?
right. I was
That's what
not.
I
I
expect
was not
dexterity?
expecting strength to throw a marble.
oh yeah.
You go for distance.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, like you're trying to huck it for distance. You're not trying to be precise about it.
Okay.
Fair.
Me.
It's also not like it's a delayed blast fireball bead. It's not a finesse weapon. But you huck this thing, and it's very light, and it kind of gets caught in some of the wind, and just kind of drifts about 2 or 3 feet.
Oh no, run!
Oh, no.
Drop. The rest of you all bolt. And I need. You know what?
Okay, I'm 60 feet away, as stated.
Yeah. All right. So I need Cricket. Make a dexterity save. You do have. So +2 because of cover from this tree.
Oh my god, Cricket.
Cricket, stop trying to die!
That's 12.
Ten. Oh yeah, cover. Is it half cover?
I was gonna say 12.
So you take 51 points of fire damage.
Sick. I think I'll absorb
Yikes.
elements.
And the remaining bits of the stinking cloud catch fire as well. And there's just this sudden flash fire that goes off.
The gang starts a forest fire.
The desert, or
Now there's some plant life over here, or there was.
oh no, our teleportation thing.
I think most of the gas has already been blown away, but there might be some left.
A lot of it was, but the wind fan only does like a fairly strict, like 5 foot. I think it's 5 foot by 30 line, and this was a big like radius.
Gotcha.
Though it's gone now at this point. And I need Cricket to roll a d10.
There's another D.
Whoop, I missed a 1. It's not real, guys.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Oh no!
Whoop.
Oh,
Roll 4d8.
This is a lot of dice. We should stop planting these things.
No, we need to plant all of them.
we
No.
just learned that they're really bad.
Alright, you recover 42 hit points,
Oh,
Oh,
and you
jeez.
watch as the tree begins to kind of wither and die.
I look great, actually. Guys, I think that one, like, made me heal from fire or something.
You still smell a little bit like bean farts.
A little. And sulfur, it's not great. Listen, we'll have to adapt to the smell. But look at this. Like, I just came out of a fireball unscathed.
Now I need you to make a Constitution save.
Oh, fuck. This is just chaining spells, isn't it? Fuck me.
It's almost done.
What are these? Okay, you know what? At least I'm getting these all out of the way now.
Cricket starts walking towards you guys, looking mostly good, aside from a little bit of singeing on some of the ends of his hair. And as he's walking, he suddenly just starts to shrink.
Oh no, I'm
and
melting!
Cricket is is reduced to half in all dimensions.
Oh, he's so cute.
Don't talk about me like that!
Look at that!
Oh, my
Wait,
Oh, God.
I've got it. Iskar looks shocked and surprised and very concerned, and he starts looking around at everyone. Oh God, we're all growing! Oh no, we're getting so big! What's happening to us?
That seems highly unlikely. I was the one who ate it, or got next to it.
Oh my god!
Oh no. Okay.
Somebody-
All right.
Somebody pick
Oh
him up.
yeah, Iskar is right. It's very strange and coincidental that we're all growing at the same rate as these trees and everything else around us, except for Cricket. What a strange turn of events this is.
Okay, I didn't think it through that much, but it was funny, I thought.
You know, they say the whole universe is expanding, though, which would actually kind of line up with this.
Who
Ah,
says
sounds like
that?
bullshit.
I don't know, like some astrology clerics.
Astrology clerics. Okay.
That's fair. No more bean planting.
Astrology clerics are stupid.
What are you talking about? I just, like, survived a fireball. I'm immune to fire.
You
and-
created a fireball,
which I immediately survived, though.
and you vomited
Well,
non-stop.
that's the price
For
we
a few-
pay for fire immunity.
I set fire to you just to check.
Con save.
Oh,
what?
God.
A con save.
Oh no! Daru!
Oh, was that Daru? Sorry.
Nowhere near this shit.
Alright. The final flower kind of buds. Nothing from sap.
Okay, good.
Oh. If you're immune to disease, at least.
Alright, so we had one bad one and one good one.
No, they're both bad.
What do you mean they're both bad? Look at me, I'm adorable and I'm immune to fire.
One produced a whole lot of vines that made maggots burrow into your flesh.
But I got to catch them all on fire, so it was
Yeah.
good. I like
That's
that.
good for Simmons.
I'm already walking over and starting to plant.
Oh, maybe none of this. I'm just gonna walk away. I'll go with Snow.
Alright, Hux. Give me a D100.
Oh!
Oh, now I get a good roll. The one time it doesn't really matter. Oh, I also have a +7 to all beans.
Is being proficiency.
It's part of the artificer class. They just
Alright.
added it in.
Oof. Oof. Okay.
Oh no.
Pyramid.
Alright. I need you to roll a D10.
This is how many tier 5 stones I'm getting.
Excellent. And I need you to roll a D6. Alright, roll a D10.
So many dice.
Excellent. Carry on.
Does anything happen?
Nope.
Alright, so that's one bad, one good, and one neutral.
Sorry, they were all bad.
Maybe that one was a dud. Or
Maybe.
just a bean, perhaps.
Maybe it's just a bean.
Just these cheap knockoff beans.
Knocks off beans.
Dig it back up and try to plant it again.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll try and dig it up and plant it again.
You dig it up and you just find dirt.
Oh. What?
It ate the bean.
I hate it when they just like take the bait and run away with it.
Right.
Alright. Let's get another one.
Okay.
How many do we have?
One more.
One more, I think, right? There were more, but we don't know where all the other ones went.
Yes.
If only somebody knew.
If only we
Who
knew.
knows?
So, who
I'm glad they went
Plants.
miss.
who plants this next one?
I'm gonna dunk it.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna run up to the hole, dunk it, and then jump on it to pack the dirt in.
All right.
And I'm gonna
Do you
water.
water it?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Well.
The water freezes.
Well, we could have predicted this, I think.
This is the dumbest item and I love it.
Isgard throws his stupid sword and says, "Nyah!"
It's like the comic with the guy with the scroll.
It's spiraling away from you, and you're able to pour some water on this thing. You may be 100.
Woo!
Close.
It's good.
Close.
Almost.
Yeah, the ground kind of trembles a little bit, and this tiny little bud pops out, and uh, slowly, about a 3 foot tall, kind of almost like a vase-like shaped flower protrudes up out of the ground,
Ooh.
and then the petals kind of slowly roll open, and this massive gout of yellowish air with a very familiar smell pours out in a 20-foot radius.
Oh god.
And I
Not
need to make a
again.
con. I need to make a con save.
3 more
Scar.
win.
I can't. My fan will break.
All right, Iskar starts to vomit.
Oh no.
Stay strong. It's gonna be worth it. Watch out for the fireball. It's coming.
Do any of you attempt to help Iskar?
Yeah, I'll run in with my 2 foot tall strength and try to drag Iskar out.
All right,
How close is he?
give me a
I
con
am
save.
100 feet away. I'm just letting this happen at this point.
Yeah,
I
kind
appreciate
of.
it.
If I keep helping them, they won't learn.
See, now you're getting it.
All right, Cricket, you run in and you grab Iskar, start carrying her out. Thankfully, as you were leaving, you begin to return to your original size
Oh,
and able to get Iskar out. The gas remains for quite a while, like almost 2 solid minutes before it finally disperses.
where's the
That's all that happens.
fireball? Do you think you're immune to something else now?
Me? I don't think so.
I don't.
What am I immune to? I'm not immune to anything.
I
It
don't know.
doesn't make you immune. It heals you after it hurt you.
I mean, you know,
That's
tomato,
ridiculous.
tomato, right?
He's definitely immune to fire.
I light a match. Hold your hand over this.
Okay. Oh fuck.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know.
No, Simmons.
I'm kidding.
Okay. Well, okay, all right, fine. But
Well, better that than lava.
I guess that was all of the beans.
Mm-hmm. Yup.
Inside him.
I guess we should.
Oh my god.
God, I don't know if I have any reason to incite Simmons.
He just went, yep.
Yeah, sure, but like that's normal. That's what everyone would do.
Yeah.
I just need more beans, man. Just a little more beans.
All right. Well, let's. That was a fun experiment. It's good times. We're all better and closer as friends for having done it. Let's.
Are we?
Guys, watch. I can do a magic trick.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'm gonna stick my hand in the ground, and then when I pull it back out, something will happen.
Okay. Now I'm gonna incite him. Damn it.
You still believe me?
I mean, this is a different thing. It's a
Damn
sleight of... a sleight of hand. I still believe it. I think you're magic, Simmons. There
No,
we
he is
go.
literally magic, though, as well.
Yeah.
All right, you're able to put a bean into the dirt, Simmons.
And I'm gonna water it. I have to add water, or it doesn't work.
Oh, that's quite a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Roll the D100.
25. I come close. I see this. I run away. I'm like, what's going on here?
This is a big one. Let's see.
That's what she said.
Well, that's appropriate. All right. I need to roll a d6. Fantastic. As you plant the bean, much like a magic show, suddenly this brilliant beam shoots up from the space as a brilliant rainbow shoots up, illuminating the area. This prismatic spray of colors kind of lights up into the sky,
Ooh.
and then kind of like a sprinkler, slowly starts to bend towards all of you.
Oh no.
I need anyone who was within 30 feet to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, thank
nope.
God.
Oh no.
Oh, Simmons.
All right,
Worth
Cricket and
it.
Knox, you guys are able to turn away. But Simmons, you're entranced by the beauty of this as the prismatic light strikes your eyes and burns your retinas, and you are blind.
Oh no.
It's so
I think
pretty.
of a magic item name. These are the beans of pain. The beans of lessons not learned.
That doesn't seem right. Why would karma deliver you such a fate?
You know, I'm starting to think that maybe Thach is right, and all of these beans are terrible.
It was pretty. Now I can't see anything.
Wait, you can't see anything?
No, everything is pretty dark.
Yeah, you're blind now.
You
No,
Touch your,
that's
wanna take his
weird.
bean?
heal your eyes, Simmons. You should be able to fix it.
Can I do that?
Just fix it, Simmons.
Blind
takes
is a
a left-
thing I can do.
Out of character, I don't think it is.
Okay.
You're gonna need a lesser rest up.
If only someone knew that spell. You got
Oh,
that
wait,
for
I
free
do.
3 times.
That'd be convenient.
Knox, did you say you can?
For a price.
Okay, we gotta have a talk.
Hey man, I'm just trying to get you some beans, but fine, we can have a talk.
What beans? We ran out of beans, remember? I just
No
didn't
more
have-
beans.
Yeah, you planted something.
No, I just put my hand in the ground and got it wet.
And put water in it.
Do you lesser restoration yourself, Simmons?
I don't have it prepared. I had to wait.
One day. Well, Simmons.
I can't do anything now.
I mean, I could do it, but I don't know.
Knox, do you wanna? You should do it, or like, I don't know. What can we threaten him with? You can't come along.
Threaten. I
will
mean, what-
blindly look for the rest of the beans and then throw them away so you can't use them.
Wait, the rest of the bean. Do you have Simmons?
There might be like 2. I was saving them for
Simmons.
coal and for tough.
Where? Okay, all right. How many more do you have,
I don't know. I can't count them. I'm blind.
Simmons? You weren't blind when you took them.
Yeah, but I forgot.
7 of them went missing. You used 1. There's 6
You
more.
don't know I have all of them. Maybe I dropped them.
Did you drop them?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Let's pat him over and find the bee.
Knox, if I
Oh,
give
don't
you
touch me. I'm blind and can't consent.
Knox, if I give you a silver, will you fix his eyes?
I guess.
All right, here you go.
I also accept candles as payment.
What? Why? That's weird.
It's a long story.
I'm interested.
Not this shit again. I mean, what?
The
He's
spirit
from
of
my-
calm.
He's from my old boss.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, so a couple things happen here. I need you to roll a d100. Nox.
Oh no.
All right, so
You get 63 eyesight back.
excellent. So as Nox goes to cast Lesser Restoration, it doesn't seem to have any effect. The magic is expended, but doesn't seem to do anything. And you watch as the tree that Cricket had planted suddenly grows an extra foot taller, and one of the flowers drops off.
Doug!
Additionally, out of Nox's eyes and ears and mouth and nostrils pours fog within a 20-foot radius.
Oh no, you're gonna figure out that I'm a dragon.
I changed my mind. These are devil beans
These
now.
are, yeah, nope, you're definitely, you're right. These are bad. These are all terrible.
No.
What do you mean?
Okay, well, your spell is over in this flower, I think. So let's go get that, and Simmons, I don't know, eat it, maybe? Hang on, come with me, Simmons.
That's 5 out of 5 bad things. I'm still in the distance. I'm yelling.
Oh, I'm gonna be over there in 4 seconds. I hate all these beans are real bad.
Thach, come here, Thach, come here, I found this great rock we can hide behind.
Let's go. Oh, that's a real big rock, Drew.
Yes, I'm very good at finding these kind of rocks.
All
I
right,
could have sworn there was nothing here. He gets behind it
I'm gonna go.
through his proficiency.
I'm gonna go grab the flower that just sprouted, or the bloom, or the fruit, or whatever it was. I forget.
The flower. It dropped.
And before I pick it, I'm gonna get real close to this tree, and I'm gonna try to cast dispel magic.
Right. You cast a spell, and I need to roll a d100. Excellent. The magic is expended, but it seems to be absorbed by the tree. The tree grows an extra foot, and one more of the flowers drops off.
Perfect. All right, I'm gonna take that. Oh wait, the flower just drops off.
Yeah.
Oh shit, guys. Okay, everybody stand back. I'm gonna throw cantrips at this thing.
Way ahead of you.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna.
Also,
Oh no.
additionally, for the next minute, you can teleport up to 20 feet as a bonus action.
Oh, I play with that a lot. It doesn't do me any good.
Yeah.
I run up to it and cast Goodberry. Goodberry!
You cast Goodberry, and nothing happens, but the tree does grow an extra foot, and one of the flowers drops off.
How many flowers are left?
Where did the Goodberries go?
There are... four left.
All right, everybody stand back a little.
I also need discard or roll a d100.
Right.
11.
Huh. Okay, roll a d10.
Oh god. This is a wild magic field.
2.
Isgard grows 2 inches. Permanently.
Oh!
I'm so big!
You're falling into the sky.
Yeah, he's not. He's just taller.
No, I just got bigger.
What happened? He got taller?
About 2 inches.
That's neat.
Right, you're blind.
I would like to, but it's fine. I'll wait.
Yeah, I think this thing is absorbing our magic, but as soon as we get rid of these last flowers, we should be able to do it. I'm gonna get back to like max range, and I'm gonna cast. Well, that's a real short range, isn't it? I'll do minor illusion. No, I'll viciously mock the plant from 60 feet away.
Okay. Spell goes off. Doesn't seem to do anything, but I do need to roll a D100.
Sick.
Excellent.
I have an idea.
It begins to mock the plant and is likewise turned into a plant.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh no.
You drop to 0 hit points, and yeah, there's just a potted plant in place of Cricket.
Well,
Oh, time
It's
to roll a new character.
It's like one of those cheap like office plants, but you can't see 2 little furry antennae sticking out of the
okay.
trunk.
Don't worry, buddy. We'll water you. We'll give you plenty of sunlight.
Can I cast light on my eyelids? I'm gonna see.
Doesn't help.
Doesn't it get absorbed by the tree?
That's true. You would be close enough. So yeah,
Oh my god.
it gets absorbed, and I need to roll a D100.
Okay.
Drew, I don't know why they keep casting magic near the tree, considering we've seen everything that happens. An idiot could put together what's going on.
I can't see anything, Thach. Fuck you.
Wait a minute, you can't hear us. We're 100 yards.
I'm a tabaxi. I can hear everything.
There's a
Iskar takes the watering can and waters Cricket.
okay.
To get a hit point.
Cricket, you feel wet and comfortable. Yeah, Simmons, you can't see this, but the rest of you guys can see that there's a spectral shield that is floating around Simmons.
I don't know what that means, but that's not too bad. Simmons, don't cast magic near over there. Cricket just turned to a plant. I want Simmons to go over to Cricket and then like trip over him.
I was holding his hand and then his hand went away, so
It became a leaf.
oh, I just realized what these are.
Well, Snow comes over to you, Thach and Daru, and that places the hand on the small of both of your backs and starts leading you guys away.
Oh, we can't go just yet. We have to make sure they're alive.
I think they'll be fine.
We'll wait for you over there in the camp.
I'm a plant.
Yeah.
The temptation to prune Cricket is very high.
Cricket, where did you go?
This is Cricket now, Simmons. He's a plant.
What is Cricket? I'm gonna feel blindly for Cricket. Never mind, I'm fine.
Alright, what do you guys do? You have 6 beans and one of you is a plant.
What if he's
I
out?
was going to say, I can't do anything. I'm at your mercy now.
What if we planted the beans in the pot of Cricket soil?
Maybe
Oh!
maybe we should plant Cricket. That way he can be in the ground.
He can grow bigger and stronger than he ever was.
I'm glad that you've all just accepted Cricket's form and aren't like devastated by this.
But if we take him out of the pot, he can get bigger and maybe turn back into a cricket, but green.
I'd be more devastated, but I'm in this mode of like I told you so, and no one listened, so it's really on there. On there.
Hey, I listen.
Yeah, I'm not blaming you at all. You're smart.
The voices of reason together. I'm not very smart, Thach. Please do not flirt.
You're smart in a different way. What's the word? Wise?
Aha, I like this.
You know, you got common sense. When the plant starts making you vomit and makes fire, you stop planting beads.
It's apparently not so common.
Now, Simmons is blind. Cricket's a plant. We're gonna fix that somehow.
Okay, I plant another bean.
Oh no.
My beans, fuck off.
You're blind. Stop me.
He's
Hey,
got you
don't
there.
bully each other.
You have to slide a hand out of my pocket, and I had to not catch you.
Iskar, give me a sleight of hand, and Simmons, give me perception at disadvantage.
What if I don't care about being caught?
Well, it's mostly like whether or not he
Yeah.
can intercept you before you can take it.
No!
Tackle this car.
Simmons
Land on
is like, oh, God, like a hawk. He just senses your hand approaching and just slaps it out of the way.
Selfish Simmons.
I want to see what happens. Like, I already can't see what's happening now. If I die, I want to see it coming.
I'd say about a minute has passed. Simmons, eventually your vision does return to you.
Oh, good. Okay. Oh no, why is Cricket actually a plan? I thought you were fucking with me.
Why would we lie to you?
Because I lied to you about the beans.
Oh, that's fair.
Aw, Simmons.
Oh no.
Just because you lied don't mean we should lie back.
That's not how it works.
I don't know. I don't know if it's a Lyra thing where you're supposed to play tricks on your friends on account of like Fae stuff.
No, I just knew we planned them, and if Tough and Cole weren't here, they'd be sad they didn't get to see the beans.
Oh, they'd be pretty happy that they missed being blown up.
I don't know, I feel like Cole would have thought I was funny that Cricket got turned into a plant. We need to fix that. How do we fix that?
Well,
I kind of like him this way.
oh, we gotta fix him.
He's very quiet. Sorry, that's rude.
Oh, wait. Has it been 6 seconds yet? Because he should probably not be a plant anymore.
That one seems permanent. So I'm gonna pick up the plant. I'm gonna shake it a little. But
Lean in real close, and I'm gonna
Oh,
like,
it totally is until the start of your next
I
turn.
was
I
gonna
thought it
say-
was just permanent.
I didn't want to say anything because I figured it was modified, but that is a very temporary effect.
gotcha.
It's okay, I had fun being a plant. Oh my god! Okay.
I
Oh,
shake him and it turns back into cricket.
I like to imagine that at the same time that Thackeray picks up this potted plant, and I was going to lean in and like scream at it, "Cricket, can you hear us?"
Ah! Oh!
It just turns back into Cricket.
Oh, shit! Language.
Oh.
What?
Language.
Well, that was amazing. What happened? I was warm and
Amazing.
comfortable and satisfied and content. I had no problems.
You were watered.
I was.
That's
was
all
that
you
it?
needed.
Is it all I
And
need is water
fertilized.
and well.
Oh no, he's a thirsty little flower.
I could have told you that.
Yeah, they all knew that. That's not new.
Yeah, that's old information. How many more of
What
those do you
does
have,
that
Simmons?
The beans are all gone. He has no more beans.
Alright. Well, those beans were all terrible. Those are the worst beans I've ever heard of. Let's do it again sometime. But for now, let's go check
No.
out that Titan.
So we do it right now.
Yeah, sunk
We
cost
not?
fallacy. There's definitely no more bad ones in there for sure.
The rest are probably all good.
That is called gambler's fallacy.
I'll just wait until next time we're in a fight and then do it.
Honestly, I think that's the right call. Most of these things are like better in a pinch.
Most of it is debilitating to everything within the area. So
Can I hold on to one of them?
Okay, I just need to save a couple for the coal and
tough. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. I have a bean.
I don't think Daru got to plant one.
Do
Did
you
he?
want to
do
plant
you
would
want one,
rather
Daru?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm very okay.
It was honestly really nice being a plant for a little while.
I do not do well with these games of chance.
Yeah, you tend to do that with your items a lot. With the stone and pull it out, put it back in.
I was
Also
gonna ask,
down,
why are
put
you
it back
wet?
in, and pull it out and put it back in.
Yeah, about that, Daru. Why are you wet?
Oh, this?
Yeah, just
I'm-
kind of wet.
I'm just very excited.
Oh, okay. Do you need a towel or?
No, I kind of like it. Now I am the real Wet Willy.
Well, you're Daru. Damp Daru. Drenched Daru. Oh, this is gonna devolve into naming your stand all over again,
Nah.
which is Water Boy.
All right. We should probably get to work. Let's go check out the Titan.
Yeah. How much mana did you spend doing?
Me? Just 2.
Okay.
In retrospect, I didn't even need it, but I didn't know it at the time.
Yeah.
Eventually, you all manage to make your way away from the crop circles, exiting the wild magic area that Nox planted.
Is that permanent?
It's going to be there a while.
Oh, that makes sense now.
7 weeks, actually.
Oh, dang.
Combined with the fact that there's also the plant that absorbs magic, at least a couple more spells worth. But you decide that's a problem for another adventuring party,
Yup.
and you leave. Following Snow and some of the other members of the Shadowtooth tribe, you guys are able to begin making your way up into the hills and the mountains. Bypassing the entrance that you had previously used to enter the tunnels within the mountains, which you can see has been resealed largely, except for the narrow crevice that had originally been there. Then you start heading up into the rocky hills. It's easy travel for the most part. You guys have enough people who are skilled at tracking and survival that are able to kind of take lead and make sure that you guys aren't too impeded in your travel. But as this is happening, I do need 2 of you to decide which 2 of you are kind of being the, I guess, scouts.
That'll be me.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm a terrible scout. It either have to be Cole or Cricket, right?
I can. Is this like sneak ahead scouting, or is this like survey the wilderness and find an appropriate path scouting?
Just keeping an eye out for danger.
No, that should not be me. I have terrible eyes and ears.
I literally was a mountain guide for this specific area for 10 years.
I was going to say, Iskar's probably got it on his own, but somebody else can
Yeah,
help.
but buddy system.
I'll go with him, just buddy system, sure.
Then Iskar, you can give me a perception check with advantage.
Hey,
Ooh.
nat 20. It's because I've got such a high vantage point now.
All right, then Iskar, give me a D100.
Close!
Oh, almost.
Oof.
Damn it.
All right, as you guys are kind of heading up one of the paths, Iskar, you're scouting up ahead, keeping an eye out. When your very keen eyes and your understanding of the kind of treacherous areas of the mountains, you do spot it's kind of a strange looking piece of earth, but you quickly realize that it actually appears to be a stretched out piece of leather that is kind of covering up some kind of a cavern or cave.
Yeah.
Though the leather itself has been dusted with gravel and grit to kind of mask it with the rest of the stonework a little bit.
Oh, a pit trap.
It's kind of up against the wall. It just seems to be like it's not like a pit trap, more like it's guiding or protecting either like a home or like hiding something.
Oh. I don't remember seeing this last time I was here. Let's go back to the party and inform them.
Yeah, it could be a trap, or it could be like a cache, like a treasure cache, maybe.
Very poorly hidden for a treasure cache.
True. I don't know, I didn't spot it until you pointed it out. You're like an expert.
Thanks. That's because I am.
Alright, we'll head back to the party and tell them what we found so we can check it out together. We'll show them, lead them to it.
All right. And they'll kind of approach carefully. As you get a bit closer, you guys can see that it's actually a very large piece of leather that's stretched up. It stretches up almost like probably close to 7 feet. And it's kind of tacked in with some pittons, which are also disguised. It's not the best work, but at a distance it would certainly be serviceable. And it would certainly detract from a lot of like beasts or anything like that.
Well, let's check it out. I found this treasure, so let's all remember that it belongs to me. But,
Sure. Do you want me to see if there's anyone on the other side of it first?
good call.
With that said, I guess we wouldn't really have a sense for how deep this thing goes. Just looking at the way that it's built into the ground or the rock, does it look like this could be like a really deep cave, or would it just be sort of like a shallow recess? Can I get any sense for that without seeing behind it?
It's a little hard to tell without seeing behind it. But as you guys kind of crowd around it, you guys do hear this low, just
Ugh.
What?
You hear that?
No. What is it?
It's a snoozy boy.
Ooh, should we leave the snoozy boy alone? Do we want to mess with the snoozy boy?
Never seen a snoozy boy I didn't want to mess with.
Then let's mess with the snoozy boy.
I'm with you. Let's do it.
Do we
What
just-
is making this noise? Let's check it out.
Yeah, do we just knock? Do we open it back? I guess let's slip under the tarp and take a look.
Let's.
Right, you can peel the tarp back a little bit, and you're inside. There's this tall, narrow crack, almost like a vertical fissure in the mountain that descends into some kind of small cavern. It's not very big, and a massive portion of it is taken up by what appears to be a sleeping humanoid figure. Very large, broad shoulders. They're kind of curled up, but you imagine, judging from their size and shape, that they're at least 8 to 9 feet tall. Kind of a humanish head, except the front of their skull and the shape of it seems a little off. And instead of having 2 eyes, they have 1 solid eye that is in the center.
Oh,
It's a centaur.
I think it's a cyclops.
No, it's a centaur. See, its eye is in the center of its head.
Oh, that's a unique mnemonic. I like
It
it.
makes sense to me.
Yeah. Do I know what this thing is?
Yeah, you know it's a Cyclops.
Okay.
You also do notice that clutched in its arms and kind of holding it close is what appears to be a large longsword.
Oh shit. You think this is the thing Nox was looking for?
Found it.
All right, let's go tell him. Pop our way back out of the tarp. Nox, I think maybe we found your sword, or a sword. It could just be a... What does your sword look like? Maybe this is just a Cyclops with a sword.
I mean, it's a pretty big sword.
Is it a pretty big sword? Does it have any identifying features?
I don't know, does it?
You know that it's an executioner sword, so it's like a long kind of rectangular blade. It's a very ornate handle. That's pretty distinct.
Yes, what the god just said.
Does that sound like what he was sleeping with?
No, this is smaller, and it's kind of a standard blade shape, at least judging from the sheath.
Gotcha. Okay, I think this might literally just be a Cyclops with a sword. I don't know if we need to mess with it.
What's he doing? Just sleeping?
Just sleeping, but with a sword, which I guess is not that strange if you're paranoid.
I mean, you know, sleeping low in the wilderness, people try to attack you.
Yeah, exactly.
I say we leave him be.
Kind of think we
Ain't
should just leave him be too, yeah.
And we should at least wake him up and like tell him that we've decided not to kill him.
Oh, we should just leave him.
Be thankful.
I make someone real grumpy. Like a bunch of folks you don't know just wake you up and say, "We've decided not to kill you."
Well, we could leave him a note.
I'd be grateful.
I'm with Drew. Let's leave him a note. You should
Sure.
always leave a note.
Anyone here speak giant?
Oh, right.
Oh, he's a giant. I missed that part.
Nox. It's a Cyclops.
Nox, leave him a note that says, "Hi there, we like your sword. We decided not to kill you. Have a nice day."
That's so threatening.
Okay.
And then let's carry on.
The note says, "Fuck your mother. We're gonna kill you
God damn it.
in your sleep."
Does he have any treasure other than his big sword? Which is it magical, by the way?
Not sure.
He's got permanent detect magic up.
Oh yeah, he does have. Right, Iskar has detect magic all the time. Yeah, the sword.
To be fair and clear, it's not permanent. It is at will.
Oh, okay.
Which essentially it's permanent. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of assume that you keep it up pretty frequently.
But that said, there are limitations. For example, I can't have it up when I have Hunter's Mark up.
Right.
Makes sense.
But checking it, it does appear to be magical. And he does appear to have a little bit of treasure scattered about. There does appear to be a pouch with probably gold or jewels of some kind. You also notice that there's hanging from the ceiling. There appears to be a goat that has been skinned and is currently drying.
Okay, but none of this makes us want to kill him. Does he have like any human skins?
Exactly, right. Do we see human heads? Signs of raiding, looting?
Nothing immediate that says that he's like, you don't see like a dead baby in the corner.
Right. No, guys, I don't see any evidence that this thing kicks puppies. Like, I think we would literally just be breaking into this man's home and stealing his goods. I don't think
And
that.
trying to kill him.
Yeah, I think that makes us the bad guys here. We should probably just move on.
Let's just keep going. It's also probably we want to get to them, the Titan.
The Titan. Yeah, I'm excited. All right, let's press on.
All right.
Nox left.
Maybe he knows about the Titan.
Yeah, but so does Snow.
Yeah, we know about the Titan. This tribe does.
I kind of want to wake him up and say hello, so he can try to murder us and we can take his treasure.
I'll leave him alone, Iskar. That's all. We can't go genociding everything we meet.
Is it genocide if it's just one?
If it wipes out the entire place, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Is it?
I don't know.
Semantic.
If we find more of these things and they like attack us on sight, then we'll have the justification that we need to come back and get this magic stuff.
There's a
Not
loud
a thing.
snort from the cave.
Oh, we should go. We should go.
Yeah, he's not a thing. Let's not bother him. Let's go.
Onward.
All right. You guys start to creep away, and you see the flap of this cave opens up. This Cyclops comes poking his head out, looks towards you all.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Just wave.
Sorry, did we wake you up?
We left that message. The message there. We left that for you.
You're our first centaur.
Jesus Christ, cricket.
I don't know what it says.
He kind of takes a look at the note.
We'll just say no.
Reads it.
Have a nice day.
We love you.
All right, Nox, give me an intimidation check.
Oh.
For what?
Dude,
For the note that you left.
Oh, I was leaving a nice note. I'm not gonna leave that.
what?
That was a meme.
You gotta clarify what it's mean.
Oh, I mean, I figured that was pretty obvious.
With you, nothing is obvious.
I was gonna say I
Gotcha.
100% believed it and acted accordingly.
I would not have put it past you.
No.
What's the
But
note?
in that case, he does look to you all, and he begins speaking in a kind of like groggy but booming voice that only Nox understands. And he just says, "Are you travelers?"
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
Are you here to buy?
Depends on what you're selling.
He seems to kind of brighten up and pulls the tarp back a little bit more. Gestures for you all to come over. Come. Buy my wares.
What is he saying?
He says he has things to sell.
Is it a trap?
I do not know.
All right, let's try it.
Yeah, I want to see.
Head in, and he shows you a small supply. Kind of opens up the pouch, and instead of like to expected with just like gold things, it's actually got some little like trinkets and small beads. And to put some beads out, uh, food.
Oh,
And he speaks like a very broken common to the rest of you. And he takes down this big goat that he's got strung up, and begins offering to sell you guys food and like basic provisions for the road.
Yeah, plain white rice and hot water,
yeah.
please.
I'll humor him. I'll pay for just like I don't know, a leg of meat or something.
Actually, is he selling a goat? How much for the goat?
It's like dead. It's not a live goat.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Like, I need to cook things right.
I was gonna say we can have a nice dinner
yeah.
tonight.
It's drying,
For
yeah.
for the whole goat, it'd be 2 gold pieces.
I give him 2 gold pieces.
Nox, I need you to do me a favor.
Yes.
Will you please ask this kind man if he has any cabbages?
My friend wants to know, do you have any cabbages?
He kind of thinks a bit, rummages around through the sack. Pulls out a small cabbage, hands it out, or holds it out to Daru.
Now, is it small to him or small to us?
And also, very important, is it gentle?
Yeah, that's also important.
Small to him. Average sized for you.
Okay. I was hoping for like a giant cabbage.
What is your thing with cabbages? Why do you need a cabbage?
Cabbages are real tasty.
Yeah, I love cabbage too, but not the way
You
you
can
love
serve
cabbage.
it with anything.
Yeah, I bet you love cabbage.
It's a comfort thing, okay?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I
Yeah,
get it. I
it's
get
also real good for your digestion.
Drew gives the giant a few coins and clutches the cabbage tightly to his chest.
Precious cabbage.
Alright, he sells it to 5 silver.
5 silver for a cabbage?
Jeez.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not gonna try to haggle with the
Vegetables.
giant.
Fruits and vegetables don't last long on the road.
Yeah.
All right, I will take a look over. Let's see if he's got anything like super interesting and possibly magical aside from the sword.
Nothing else magical that catches your eye. He does have a hunting trap. And a couple of like sets of supplies for snare traps.
No, I'm good. I'll humor him, buy the meat, have some food, thank him for his business, but I'm good.
Yeah, after you do your business, he kind of ushers you all out and kind of gives you a big meaty wave. To, have a good day.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we love you.
What a nice guy.
He was pleasant. I'm glad we didn't murder him and take all of his things.
We're gonna have goat tonight.
Right? I'm excited. I haven't gotten goat in a long time.
This is a very large goat, by the way. It's not a problem for you to carry, Thach, because you're, you know, the thickest thing on the planet, but it's still like a large beast. It'll feed you guys for a couple days, even with all of you.
I'm gonna like kind of wrap it up in some, carry it on my back. When the sun's out, I'm gonna try and have it exposed to the sun, help dry it.
Aside from that, the rest of your trip into the mountains goes fairly uneventfully. And eventually you guys are able to set up a small camp and kind of settle in for the night.
Perfect.
I assume you guys are doing a watch order, your standard
Yeah.
fare.
Heavy armor up first, light armor near the end. On my watch, I will resummon Tritonus.
Cool.
I'll take first watch. Boots will take second watch. With whoever wants to join.
I'll take fourth.
Either me or Boots.
Who's really good at seeing things?
Not me.
I have 120-foot dark vision.
Yeah, you're pretty good. I have dark vision that's 60 feet, but I'm not the best.
Same. I got dark 60. Not great eyesight, but it's okay. I should probably do morning so that I have maybe a little bit of morning sunlight. Or like 4 shift.
Oh, I wake up early anyway. I'll do dawn.
Perfect.
Yeah?
Alright, so that cricket fourth. Iskar first. Boots
Don't
second.
care where I.
We need somebody on... well, you're heavy armor, right? So you should be first.
I'm light armor.
Okay, you can take second then with Boots. And we'll do Daru on first, maybe? And then that would leave Cole and Tough on third.
But who's on first?
You're on first.
It's Iskar and who?
But, well, no, who's on second?
Thought I was on second.
Well, yeah. But who's also on second with you?
Boots.
Yeah, Boots second.
Never mind.
Like
Who
I
else
appreciate
aside
it,
from
but no.
Hey,
Please no.
Biscuit
I
started it.
appreciated it too.
Biscuit started it. I don't want to take credit.
Children.
Anyway.
Yeah. Just to be clear, ain't none of y'all gonna plant any beans while we're asleep, are we?
No, of course
Are
not.
you?
That would be ridiculous. That would be so unwise.
No.
We're all in agreement that these beans are terrible and should be saved for, like,
You were
combat
gonna say
emergencies.
eaten?
No! Oh my gosh, no, they'd kill you.
I still kind of want to eat one.
Please don't. So the watch order. Who's in fourth with me?
Great.
Well, we're both really bad looking.
Oh, it's Monday. It makes sense.
Oh, right.
It is Monday. Oh, that makes sense.
Can I be on third?
Sure.
Sure.
I think he's doing some rolls.
Oh, I'm scared.
Right? The 20 scares me a lot.
So I need Iskar and who else was on first?
Daru.
No, who was on second? I can't.
Hey! I like it.
I don't get it.
Have you never seen the Who's on First?
No.
Oh my
It's a
god!
Yeah.
It's classic comedy.
What? Is it
Okay, we
American
are-
comedy?
It's Abbott and Costello. Hang on.
Yep.
Oh, American. Sorry, keep rubbing your
Alright,
culture
I'm
in
not
my face.
It's like worldwide though. Like it's not just American culture. I feel like
Clearly not.
Apparently not.
Go to China.
Yeah,
Say
apparently I'm wrong. Well, I'm not going to interrupt the session to do it, but I remind me after the session is over to make you watch Who's On First. It's like 8
Let's
minutes
do it.
long.
Maybe they'll let me in the country when they watch it.
You might also have to stop talking about blowing up America.
But they deserve it.
Chris, no.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Only a small portion.
So, before Chris gets completely banned from the country forever, Iskar, I do need you to make a perception check.
Oh, look at all these
Dude.
gnats. That's the third one in a row.
We
wait,
need
there's
it.
There's 9 in there. Just kidding.
As you set up your camp and you guys are waiting, Iskar, keeping watch, staying vigilant as usual.
Yep.
When you suddenly hear footsteps.
All right. I put a bullet in the chamber. Let's go check it out.
All right.
But I'm not going too close. I'm just going just to see if I can see this footsteps. As long as it doesn't take me too far from the camp.
Right. You kind of poke your head up over the ridge, careful to stay within earshot of the rest of the group, but give yourself a bit of a better vantage point.
Yep. Finger on the
And
trigger.
you notice several people, about 4 large humanoid figures, all stalking through the mountains. 2 of them have a large, like, what is close to just a large tree at this point, strung up between them, and hanging from it appears to be some large beast. They're a little too far away for you to make out what exactly it is, but you can tell that it's massive, some kind of probably a little bit bigger than a cow, and the 2 of them are just kind of stalking with it, while 2 others are kind of flanking them protectively as they trudge through.
So they're not headed toward the camp.
Not directly towards you guys, but they are kind of approaching. They're approaching at an angle where they'll probably be able to see you.
Okay. And they don't look like a threat, except to the creature that they're holding.
Yeah, like they don't. They're not like. I guess it's a little hard to say, but they don't appear to be looking for trouble. They seem like they're just heading back somewhere from the hunt.
Okay. I will. I'll keep a close eye on the situation, and I don't think I need to wake anybody up. Really, keeping a close eye, and if they get to where they can see us, and it looks like they're approaching us, I'm gonna fire a warning shot at them.
Okay. They kind of crest up over the ridge, and they can possibly see you.
That's all right. Move along. Nothing to see here.
Surprisingly, they don't see you.
I'm invisible as well.
No, they don't see your camp.
Oh, okay.
Specifically. As they continue to carry on, they kind of take a sweeping glance of the area, but don't seem to catch sight of you.
Do they look
Or
like
the
more
camp.
centaurs, out of curiosity?
They be stone giant.
Oh, okay. Yep. So I'll just let everybody sleep.
All right. They carry on their business, pass you by, seemingly without incident, and after 15 minutes or so, they eventually kind of get out of sight, head behind some rocks, and carry on.
Cool. You live today, centaurs.
After that, the rest of your night goes, or the rest of your shift goes uneventful.
Cool.
And who had third watch?
I think that was Simmons.
And Boots.
And, Boots is on second.
Just a second.
I
Who's
can't
the
remember
second?
where I was. Where was I?
Drew was on first just now.
Who's on second? Not Boots. Also Boots.
Okay, so I'm on third.
You're on third.
Alright, Simmons, give me a perception check.
Wonderful.
Alright, since your watch goes uneventfully for a while, but kind of are near the end of your shift, as you're kind of nodding off a little bit, you suddenly hear this kind of a loud, like, crashing and scraping sound of like dirt and rock kind of clattering together, and then you hear a bunch of voices.
Like how close?
Fairly close, like possibly just over the ridge.
By the way, I didn't expressly mention it, but I would have like informed the next shift when they relieved me of what I saw.
So shift number 2.
Okay.
Although, to be fair, I also would have described them as centaurs.
What were they actually?
Stone giants.
Oh. Thank you. I'm giving a play-by-play to Noel as he's on the road.
I'm gonna go see what it was, or see where the
Alright.
noise, how close they are.
Give me a stealth check. Oh, never. Well, give me a stealth check with advantage. So these guys are going to be able to see you. All right. And poking your head up over the ridge, you notice very close to you. Kind of surprising that they didn't seem to notice you, actually. You see a group of about 20 orcs, all dragging or kind of leading what appears to be this tall, like 12-foot tall humanoid with this bluish skin, who's bound in chains, and they seem to be leading him. This giant appears to have fallen, which was the noise that you heard, and the orcs are currently yelling at him to presumably get up and hurry him up.
I'm gonna go get Iskar and see what he thinks we should do. Iskar.
A bunch of orcs have some blue thing enslaved.
Yeah.
Do we wake everybody up for this? We had a long rest yesterday, so nobody's like super hurting for a long rest, right?
Yeah, we didn't really do anything today. Except
Let's
for the explosion.
Yeah, let's wake everybody up for a quick powwow.
Okay.
All right. So,
Morning.
morning. What's this all about? Is that giants? The orcs
very
are
near-
giants?
There's a
Yeah,
bunch
very
of
nearby.
orcs. And they have this big blue guy in chains. He fell down, but they seem like they're trying to get him to go fast. I don't know why.
Probably not our business unless you guys are like morally opposed to slavery. So
Well, yeah, that.
Either is the breaker of chain.
It is kind of the entire point of what I do for a living. Sort of, indirectly, kind of, I guess. I don't know. Slavery's bad, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Anyone here speak Orcish?
I don't.
I do.
You do?
Yeah, it's my favorite enemy.
We could go try to talk to him then, see what's up.
Yeah, he might be a criminal, right?
Yeah,
All right, back me up.
we'll back you up. Let's do it.
All right, DM. Iskar approaches the orcs
Excellent.
invisibly. Hopefully, they're using dark vision rather than a torch. But if not, I'll stay outside the range of the torch. I'm just going to get close enough and announce that I'm there and ask them what they're doing in Orcish. Also, approximately, like for example, on a scale of maybe like 1 to 11, how hunky are they? Out of curiosity.
How what are they dressed?
Nothing.
How hunky are they?
Yeah.
Oh, extremely.
It's Drake. Come on, you already knew the answer to that.
It's Drade, so.
I mean,
the tiny
they're-
sorry.
They're all the leathers. A lot of them have whips and chains. You know.
Okay. That sounds very slavery to me.
Oh, it's that kind of thing.
I was gonna say, I want to make sure we're not starting something over something that's just kinky. Like, I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh no, he consents.
Yeah. As long as everyone here is consenting, then be on your way, good fellows.
You've entered into the territory of the Shadow of the Mountain. Announce your presence and your purpose.
A couple of them kind of like look around a little confused. Like, did you say that? What the fuck's there?
It was me, the ghost. Look as you like. You'll never find me.
Give me a deception check, I guess.
That is actually 100% honest. I don't think they'll ever find me. But I will roll deception going to.
Oh, you're not a ghost. Is the thing. All right, they start kind of looking around.
I am very small.
You are very sneaky, and they have essentially no hope of seeing you.
Oh, I meant
Oh.
like whether they should believe I'm threatening or not. I do sound very small.
You do, but they're orcs, so they're kind of masters of intimidation.
You anger me.
They kind of like a couple of them start talking to themselves between themselves, kind of trying to figure out like, is this somebody else's territory? Like, I haven't heard about like some ghosts living here.
All right, I'm going to tell them again in more aggressive terminology to announce themselves and their presence, and then I will squeeze off a shot from my musket and then move 30 or 40 feet in a random direction. Shots just going into the air.
Okay.
We talked about shots in the air.
It's okay.
Oh yeah, it's going to come down and kill someone.
Somewhere.
Yeah. there's some dead animals like a mile away. Ugh, sorry, coughing fit.
Okay.
We're members of the Legion. Who are you?
Oh fuck, do I know who that is? What's the Legion?
Just give me a history check.
Is it an orc thing?
What are your favorite animals? Orcs and goblins?
Orcs and goblins.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, you have super advantage.
16.
The Legion, more specifically, the Goblin Legion is a collective of goblinoids. Basically, a bunch of tribes that got together and have started to work together to some end. It's a little unclear what their end goals have been. In some ways, they've started to organize and move towards a specific purpose, though it's a little unclear what.
Would you say they are most likely bad news bears?
Not 100%, but they're definitely morally ambiguous.
All right. What does it look like they're carrying? He's blue? Is it a dragon folk or like a changeling or like what does it look like?
Appears to be a frost giant.
Oh, a frost giant. I don't speak giant, so that's not going to go anywhere. Maybe it speaks Draconic. I feel like orcs are unlikely to be able to speak that. Does it look conscious, first of all?
Yeah. It's currently kind of like on its knees and slowly getting up, though it seems to be intentionally kind of stalling.
Okay. Okay, so back in Orcish, sacrifice your slave to me, and I will give you free passage. Release him into the mountains to die by the wilderness.
I don't know about this. It worked really hard for him. I don't want to fuck with any ghosts of the mountain. Angoro's going to be real upset if we don't bring him back. They, a couple of them start kind of bickering and muttering amongst themselves, kind of arguing for a bit. You seem to have kind of created this weird split where some of them are afraid of you, but a lot of them aren't really buying it.
Okay. Let's find a specific one who looks a little bit like he's like middle of the pack and on the side of I don't believe this is true, right? I'm gonna find that guy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna shoot him in the knee.
Okay. Give me an attack roll. At advantage because he doesn't see you.
I'm losing my patience. Bam.
Ooh.
And then I move 40 feet in a random direction.
All right. You fire and just shatter this guy's knee. He doubles over, screams and howls. Between the screaming and the bullet, it wakes the rest of your camp.
Yep. I'll take one giant or 2 orcs. Your choice.
All right, give me intimidation.
Advantage?
I need to get training in this skill. Oh, I have trained. Ah, nice.
22.
Okay. You can see that they start to break ranks. Several of them release their chains. A couple do hold on, and this frost giant seems to take the opportunity. He yanks a couple of the chains. 2 of these orcs that are still holding on go flying into one another and slam into each other comically and crash to the ground.
Sick.
Faces kind of broken on one another. They're conscious but bleeding heavily and clearly dazed. And this thing just barrels through a couple of these orcs, trampling one of them in the process, and heads up into the mountains. The rest of the orcs kind of seem stunned. Several of them get their weapons ready. A couple have started to pull out torches and lighting them.
Oh boy, I'm out. I'm outie.
Yeah.
Bye, bitch.
As they start to light these torches, you back up and leave, and a couple of them start shouting, "He's released. We're free to go."
I am outie. I'm not even answering.
All right. They all stay still for a little while, kind of yelling up into the mountains.
What a bunch
Before
of
eventually
dummies.
they begin heading out.
And I'll come back to the party. And whoever's awake, I will tell them, I shot an orc in the knee and freed a giant.
Good work, I think.
They mentioned a name. They were taking the giant as a slave or a gift or something to some dude named Ongoro. They're with some orc and goblin coalition.
Oh, that's one of the things up north. Yeah, by the lake. That was a spot marked on the glyph too. We got to go there eventually.
Are they doing some kind of big earth-moving project that they would need giant slaves for?
I don't know why they would need giant slaves. I mean, they're always useful, but like, I don't know.
Seems like maybe they're digging some stuff up out of, just a guess.
Yeah,
Something dark.
no, that would make a lot of sense if this Four Swords is up there. It's a good guess. I think you're probably right.
Well, they should be like extremely easy to track if we want to find them.
I was gonna say. Good call. We'll keep an eye peeled. I don't know if we should track them like right now. It seems like they were just traveling anyway. But I wouldn't be surprised if we run into more of them, if they are kind of running a line back and forth between the Giants and Ongoro.
Okay, just as a note out of character to anyone who's listening to this on the recording, if the poll is up, just come on, that was awesome.
That was pretty great.
As this is happening, however, you do notice that a couple of the orcs have kind of crested the ridge and are looking down on your camp.
Uh-oh. Let's keep an eye on them and see what they do.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe they'll leave us.
They kind of look at you, and a couple of them begin to mutter between themselves. A couple kind of like raise a hand in greeting.
Hello.
And finally, one of them shouts out, "Mountain Spirit?"
Shit, that's me. I'm not gonna answer though.
I was going to say, we don't speak Orcish. What did he say?
He's talking about me. He's asking if I'm here. I am, but I don't want to know.
Are these
I may have told them
people under your protection?
Oh God, how do I say yes? Does anybody have ventriloquism?
I'm pretty good at. Oh shit! Do I have this? Yes, I can do it. Yes, I'm very good at it.
All right, I'm gonna tell him exactly how to say "move along" in sort of my voice and in the Orcish language.
All right.
Make it booming. Make it.
Oh, I can make it real loud as a lion's roar. I'll cast Minor Illusion and make this just booming voice speak in Orcish, whatever Iskar feeds me.
Yeah, move along in Orcish.
They are under our protection. You may move along. Your work here is done. Ah.
And then the orcs are like, "Hey, mountain spirit, when did you grow a lisp?"
Hey, my illusion doesn't have a lisp.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty positive.
Definitely has.
If that doesn't work, I will shoot another one in the neck.
Same one different.
Plan B. Iskar's always
Not
got
different.
the same plan B.
They kind of wait a little bit, kind of ambivalently for a moment before carrying on, and a couple of them in common shout, "Good day."
Oh no.
They just leave.
Good day.
You don't think they
They're
heard us,
nice.
did you?
I like them.
They're cool.
They're just your favorite enemy.
They probably were looking at Thach and Tough and thinking, oh, look at those meaty boys. They could do some good digging like a giant.
If we lost a giant, we can get 2 more big races.
Why don't the slaves ever want me?
Because you're small and noodly.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I mean, I guess there are different things slaves can do. There's a house slave.
I'm sure we find someone who wants you as a slave someday.
I hope so.
Yeah,
Hog tie you if you want.
You could be my slave sometime,
Oh,
just between you and me.
Oh, right, of course. Thach, I might take you up on that when we do our shift. We're up next.
Hog tying?
Yeah,
I don't know. That sounds dangerous. We're kind of keeping an eye out.
that's a good point. We'll save it for next week.
As you're keeping an eye out, you do notice peeking up over the ridge, very first episode of Attack on Titan style.
Oh.
These 2 hands and this big head of a frost giant.
Oh, found this. This is the guy Iskar.
I wave at him and I'll lift up my musket and wave it so that he can see. Hey, I shot
Oh.
the gun from your buddy.
Hey, Nux.
Kind of nervously glances around, making sure that the orcs aren't around, and comes down and kind of awkwardly kind of shifts and then squats down with a big thump.
We disagree morally with slavery. We believe that you should be a slave to your tribe instead of to some other tribe. I'm a big ethno-state kind of guy. Wait, no, cut that.
He seems very confused. Doesn't seem to understand a word you're saying.
It's okay. We have someone who speaks giant. It's Nux. What's an ethno-state?
No, don't. No, that's not
Someone
true.
explain it to me in Telegram.
We'll
It's a
do
meme, I
that.
promise.
We'll do it after.
Is it a gamer word?
No, it's
Kind of.
No, but it will devolve into that quickly.
Okay.
We'll move on.
Let's move on. Biscuit 2019.
Jesus Christ.
Remember, it's December 1st.
Oh my god. Okay. What's your name, friend? I try in common.
Maybe Orcish?
He just kind of stares at you, very confused.
I try.
Where is Nux?
Do you speak Orcish? Do you speak Draconic? Do you speak, and saying in the relative language? Goblin, maybe?
Beastskin?
Orcish.
Oh, Orcish. Hello.
Oh, he speaks Orcish. Okay, that's good.
You're not a slave anymore, but you're alone in the mountains with no food or equipment. So good luck.
He kind of gestures to himself. Says, "Name Theater."
Theater?
I love theater.
Oh,
He definitely seems to not know Orcish very well, but it's probably the closest language that can get
Yeah.
for you. He kind of holds up his arms a little bit and shakes them a little. Chains kind of jingling.
Oh, let me pop those for him.
yeah.
He kind of says, "Chains." Then you start to work on
It'll take me a
the
minute.
locks. It's actually very easier for you. These are not very good locks.
They're big chains.
Popped.
Thank you.
Theater?
No problem, buddy. I love it. I love every centaur I've ever met.
Theater. Okay.
Where did somebody ask where they took him from? Where is his home?
Oh yeah, let's ask that.
And if they know anything about a big sword, maybe.
Yeah, where were they taking you and for what purpose? Do you know?
Going north.
Toward Ungoro?
Yes.
Are they capturing lots of giants or centaurs, I should say?
His brow kind of furrows a little bit, and there's this look of a little bit of shame. Going back, deserted.
Oh, you deserted them and they were captured. Oh, I see. How many frost giants are up there? What did you desert and why?
Some gathered to protect our homes. But it's foolish cause. They did not want to die.
What are you protecting your
For
homes
nothing.
from?
People, the cities.
Hmm.
Treat many of us as monsters.
Oh yeah, they pretty much suck.
Yep.
Yeah, tell you what, if you want to raid like Rush Valley, like I don't know, we're not gonna help, but Godspeed with that. I think that's a great idea.
No, did not want to fight.
Oh, you didn't want to fight. You're a pacifist.
I suppose.
That's sweet. I'm gonna give him a couple good berries.
Hold up these good berries. Very, very gingerly reaches down this massive hand that is like just like dozens of times larger than your own, and very gingerly picks up this tiny little berry between two of his fingers and kind of pops it into his mouth. It's kind of like someone being handed a sesame seed.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just give them all 10.
And he kind of holds a hand down real low, so you can place them into his hand. He eats them.
Okay, great. So guys,
Thank you.
looks like this guy is a big ol' weenie bird. He's a pacifist and he doesn't want to fight, but all the other giants do want to fight. They want to fight against civilization and protect their homelands. I feel for them.
I agree.
Yep. So he abandoned his people, and the orcs came to get him back because abandoning is not something they appreciate.
Oh, so the orcs are technically like associated with the giants, just not this giant because he's a traitor.
Deserter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would guess so. He's probably a member of the same. What do they call it? The League or
Goblin Legion.
the Legion? Yeah. So I suspect that they're probably members of the Legion, and he abandoned the Legion.
The Legion, the Goblin
The-
Legion. Okay.
Huh.
All right. Well, I can respect the pacifism. I can respect wanting to stay out of it. It's dangerous, messy, bloody work, and we're all only here because we have to be. I can get behind that. But at the same time, it sounds like maybe this Legion, we should check it out. Maybe they could be a useful asset. We could convince some of them to help us eventually overtake the guild.
Maybe.
Maybe not destroy all of Rush Valley. I don't know how extreme their goals are, but we could look into it.
I don't know how like you guys morally align with the practice of like catching AWOL people and like bringing them back by force.
Oh, of course not. It's terrible. It's despicable. But even broken tools can be used. I don't know. You know, if we think we're in a position to keep them under control, they could be useful as an asset.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like they were taking him north toward Ongoro, which there's a train there. So
There is, and we are definitely that is on our list of places to go because we suspect there's a sword there as well, which might be part of why they're digging things up. Maybe, although it sounded like
that
they
was
were
just a guess. We
just a
didn't get
hunch.
confirmation that they were digging anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
I offer Furter like just an entire leg of goat, and they ask like the group, just do you think maybe we can introduce him to Mr. Cyclops back there? Maybe he can hide him. Maybe he can be useful too.
We can at least point them in that direction.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll tell them that there's a centaur nearby who is a merchant and selling goods and might need a hand. He should at least be able to supply you
He has wonderful cabbages.
gentle ones.
They're a little crass for my taste, but they're still good.
Future does kind of waves a hand to you, Thach, as you offer a leg of goat. The good berries seem to be settling.
Oh, they're working. They got
I imagine that 10
Longest
good
off of it.
berries would be enough to satisfy a giant.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, technically one would do it. And let's say a giant probably lives on 15 to 30,000 calories. I think he probably just ate an entire elephant.
I mean, I kind of assume that a good berry is a full meal for a standard medium humanoid.
I could see that working.
I know by the spell it's technically just anything, but
Yeah.
fuck magic, it's done.
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything. Don't look at me. I can say
I'm not
things.
looking at you.
No, you're
I'm
not.
just,
You're
I'm
not
just
looking,
looking
at,
at your avatar on Twitch.
I know you. I know. I'm not saying anything.
But he does appear to be pretty full, so he leaves the goat for you guys. However, as you suggest him going over to meet with this centaur merchant, he does, again, in pretty broken orcish, says, "Oh, you life debt."
Oh no. No thanks. The end. Yeah.
Do not need help.
Okay, guys. He says he owes me a life debt and he wants to like help us. I don't know about this.
Well, save for numbers. He can always come along.
Oh, actually,
But-
profiting would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, but the problem is like we're heading north. That's where he's trying to avoid, right? And if they see him, they'll associate us with maybe freeing them. It's
Technically,
safer
you guys
for
are
him.
heading southeast at the moment.
Oh, we're heading southeast.
Well, east.
Oh, gotcha. Well, he can tag along with us until we have to go north, right? He just has to save our lives once, and then he'll
Alright.
feel good.
I tell him that I accept his life debt, and he should follow us to the east for now.
Gives you a nod. Understood.
Okay. I also tell him he's on third watch.
Third watch. With Simmons!
Which coincidentally is the current watch, which is almost over.
Time for bed. Well, my watch is starting soon.
We got a giant.
Da-da-da-da!
Yes. Settle in, and eventually the rest of your watches kind of pass. By the next morning, several of you wake up feeling pretty groggy and a little tired. Not super well rested.
Oh well. We are
But
rested though, right?
You do get the benefits of short rest.
Yay!
Oh my god, guys, I am 2 nights away from having all of my mana.
Oh, I'm at all my mana.
You should stop spending so much mana.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome, son. Shorty, comb your hair.
Shorty.
Look both ways before you cross the street.
I use Presto to dirty myself and I ruffle my hair awkwardly.
Oh, you look awful. What would your other dad think?
I don't know.
Drew just grins. It's the biggest shit-eating grin you've ever seen on Drew.
Does that mean Cole is the other dad in this case?
No!
Oh, no.
Gross, no.
Since he's pretending to be dad
Oh, wait,
one.
no, wait. Unless that means I can call Drew Daddy.
Oh, no!
Hey, Daddy, can I have an allowance?
I've
Drew,
been
you have
dead
the power
for
to
enough.
ground him.
Do you think I have money to pay you?
How can you say no to those big dumb goggles?
Go back to your other dad. Your other sugar daddies.
Don't
Who
call
bought
me-
you these big dumb goggles.
Don't call my actual parents sugar daddies. That's gross. You're gross. You stay away from me.
Right. I'm gonna give Cricket an allowance.
Thank you. How much is it?
2 gold pieces.
man.
Oh, it's like I'm a year old again.
Don't spend it all in one place.
You receive 2 gold when you're a year old.
I don't know. They probably started.
That's an allowance.
They probably started giving him an allowance when he was like 5, and it was probably way more money than they should have. I hate everything about this.
When you were born, you were given just a ruby. Just hold on to this for college. Your bardic college, I mean.
Then he spent it on a transformer.
Look how cool it is! No, it would have been like a wardrobe, right? Like he would have spent like 300 gold on a dresser or something.
My first pivot.
Oh my
Cricket's
god.
rude.
Whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. You tried to polymorph it and then it flew away and we lost it forever. Don't.
Oh yeah, I tried to invent a spell in which I can. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Anyway.
I tried to make a gargoyle from the nightstand. It's okay, I cancelled it. It was an abomination.
The lesson here is that never make sentient furniture.
Yeah, don't.
We're
It
plenty
would
good.
make moving and rearranging furniture.
I was
a lot easier.
gonna say we're already really good at moving furniture, so like that's just the next natural step.
Make it sentient.
Yeah, we awaken the furniture so it moves itself.
Hmm.
It's an investment.
Hmm.
All right, let's carry on towards the Titan.
All right. Cool. Iskar, give me a survival check
Okay.
with advantage.
Oh fuck! I'm killing it today.
Right? Look at these rolls.
Great. Yeah. Between you and the gnolls, you guys are able to progress the rest of the way through the mountains without issue. The rest of your travel goes by pretty much uneventfully. Don't end up encountering any other giants, orcs, or otherwise. Fortunately, also avoid any of the wildlife. Uh, don't have any encounters with any behirs or rocks. And eventually, as night is starting to set, um, which happens kind of early just because of the high mountains block a lot of the sun pretty early. But eventually, you guys do come to what appears to be a well-guarded, fortified section of the mountain. You can see a tall barricade of like logs with kind of spiked points. A couple of wooden towers with gnollish guards, and a large gate that is currently shut.
All right, this is all Suri and Thach.
Yep, we got your backs. And Snow. I will...
Snow heads in first with the rest of the gnolls, kind of ahead of you all, and calling up to the guards that they've returned and have vouched for you all. Mention that they're with them, for better or worse.
Hiya.
Before we go through the gate, I am going to pat Thach on the back, and I will give you enhanced ability charisma.
Oh, thanks.
Yep.
I was real nervous.
You got this, no worries.
I march on in there. So, Snow, like, what is this place exactly? This where everyone lives, or is it like an outpost you visit? Some?
This is where most of the tribe lives.
That's neat. It's like in the mountain, right?
Yeah, it's kind of built around the side of the mountain.
I gotcha. So not into the mountain, around it.
Yeah.
They're not dwarves. They're gnolls. That makes sense. And what do you need me to do? I'm gonna put the goat down somewhere.
We'll have you talk with the council, and then we'll see what to do from there.
Okay, council. Okay, sure.
Do not be nervous.
A little late for that, man.
It's a good day.
Good day. Yeah.
As the gate opens up, several other gnollish guards kind of flank all of you and start walking with
Stabbing.
you all.
Oh, like walking.
Inside this camp, you can see that there are a bunch of tents that have been set up. They're fairly large and heavily set up, so they're intended to be semi-permanent fixtures. A couple of buildings have also been set up that are clearly actually permanent, with some stone foundation and some woodworking. A couple of areas for like a smithy and that sort of thing that are a bit more like, set up as permanent fixtures.
They've been here for a while, I guess. What's the architecture like around here?
Well, it's what you see, suppose.
Yeah, I can't tell. There's. So in my head, I keep picturing like weird dwarven architecture, even though it's not the case. Then I keep going back to like, sort of Native American-ish, right?
Let me see if I can picture this.
Maybe Inuit, kinda. And Furter is with us. He doesn't cause trouble for them.
Yeah, he kind of hunched down a little, staying as quiet and as unimposing as he can.
I feel ya, Furter.
Something kind of like that, but a little bit more heavy duty.
Ooh, fancy.
And there are a couple
Ooh.
like permanent buildings scattered throughout, and like the guard posts and stuff like that.
Oh, hot dang, this looks cool. I'm gonna link this in Discord. It kind of gives me that World of Warcraft orc vibe, which is nice.
A little bit.
Kinda, or the Tauren, whichever.
It's a little less like giant rib bones,
Yeah.
but it definitely has that kind of a feel.
I dig it. So this is what my culture looks like.
Any obvious like abyssal like stuff written down, or like upside down crosses, or like
So many upside down crosses.
This is what we call the super lowercase t. So like Thach's curiosity takes hold, kind of manages to let go of his paranoia for a while, and he starts exploring. If he keeps close to Snow, letting her kind of guide him, be a tour guide, or at least explain whatever's going on. He looks curious. If she doesn't say anything, that's fine too. He does ask questions like, "Oh, what's that? What's this do?"
They mostly keep quiet, and there are like several other guards that are kind of flanking you guys, and they seem anxious. Like there's clearly a bit of tension having this many outsiders here, especially one of whom is a giant. It's very obvious.
Yeah. Hey, fellers, we're not prisoners, are we? Just ask one of the guards flanking.
Here, under the protection of Snow, so For the time being, no.
Okay, excellent. I give him a thumbs up.
It was a bit of a snarl and continue on her way, eventually coming to a much larger tent that has kind of a surrounding wooden porch area. This section or this building is much larger than a lot of the other ones, and you can see a bit of smoke rising from like chimney area. Snow kind of turns to you all and does just wait here a moment. I'll be right back. She heads in.
Okay.
About 5 minutes or so pass before several gnolls all come out. One of whom is very small, probably only like 4 feet or so, like impossibly small for a gnoll.
Why is that
Completely
no
hunched
so
over. Has a little like gnarled wooden cane, and clearly has some kind of like a genetic deformity or something,
Cam.
so that their legs are much smaller and appear to be a little weaker than they should be. She
I
Oh, the
love
polio.
hobbles out, and she has a kind of what appears to be like a skull of like a large bird covering her face as a mask with a bunch of
Oh,
feathers and things. And this very elaborate kind of headdress. She's followed by a taller, gnollish individual with who kind of stands up a bit more straight. Also has a bit of a cane, but he doesn't appear to need it. Just seems to be there either as an emergency weapon or possibly just for the aesthetic or the comfort of it.
it's a
Unclear.
council thing.
Possibly.
Do all council members hold a cane?
No, just these two.
Okay.
Similar to the short woman, he seems to be older. You can just tell based on like the fur and like the general kind of like gauntness of the body. And he is wearing what appears to be a skull of like a bear. And similarly, it's this very elaborate headdress that kind of covers most of his face.
Oh.
And he's followed by another male gnoll, similarly kind of broad shoulders, a bit gaunt. He's much more hunched over, and he is wearing the skull of what appears to be probably like a saber tooth.
Oh, everyone has such cool skull hats.
And there's another woman who comes out who has these like probably some kind of like a chalk markings that have been added to her fur in this like almost bone-like pattern across most of her body. And she has a wolf skull headdress. And the final individual is another male gnoll who comes out with this skull's a little bit harder for you guys to make out. Appears to probably be reptilian, though you're not entirely sure what kind of reptile.
Is it a dragon?
Oh,
Too small to be dragon. So hello, Cole.
Hey, Cole.
Hello.
And these 5 elderly gnolls come out and stand in a row in front of you all.
Uh,
Snow kind of slips past and rejoins your group, and from behind them, a final knoll comes out, uh, kind of middle-aged, not wearing a mask, wearing a couple of kind of basic hides, and so, welcome, travelers.
Hello.
Snow here has informed us that have possible business with, with us. This is the council. We're all honored to meet you, Mr. Thackeray. And then he kind of just trails off for a moment before the very short knoll kind of creaks her head, and as she kind of turns, you can just hear the cracking of her bones.
Oh gosh,
Uh,
she's so old. I love her.
uh, Frantic says, sorry, right. Uh, we welcome you all to our tribe, and like to introduce you to this Elder Bra, Elder Triax, and Elder Naka. Elder Sui, and
Elder
Elder Gran.
Buckland. No.
It was real tempting.
I almost thought so as well when you said the smallest knoll. Yeah, Thach nods very humbly, and he bows, and he just says, "It is an honor to meet you, council, elders. What do we call you?"
Elders.
I've never been introduced to this before. He just gestures at everything. It's always been a part of my culture. I'm real excited. And a little overwhelmed.
The the taller of the gnolls kind of gestures, hand forward, and gestures you to approach them back.
He does so, a little gingerly. He's scared he'll break them. They're so old.
Just step forward and Gron, it's the younger, or the shorter lady. She kind of comes over and raises up a hand and brushes your jacket or your shirt aside to reveal some of the scarring.
Yeah, I help her. I pull my sleeve up.
Tell me, boy, how did you come across these scars?
I've had them for as long as I can remember. Thought they were stretch marks at first. But old man Jacob back at Ashbrook, he says, that happens when someone gets struck by lightning.
Certainly does. Being struck at an age where you couldn't even remember it occurring. Certainly wouldn't have survived.
That's what he said too. Call it a miracle.
I understand that Snow has at least informed you a little of why we brought you here.
Yeah, some sort of prophecy.
That's correct. By all
And-
accounts, you seem to fit the bill. At this point, Rezik steps up, kind of just whispers to Gran, just with all due respect, Elder, it's maybe too early to assume that he is the chosen one just because he has a few scars. This could have occurred from anything. She kind of shoos him away a little bit.
I sort of agree with Elder Rezik over there.
Oh, he's not in.
Oh, he's not.
No, sorry, I am just a keeper.
Gotcha. No head, skull, not an elder.
Oh, there's only one way to find out for sure.
Is it gonna be a dangerous trial?
It wouldn't be much of a prophecy if there wasn't some kind of a trial involved.
Okay, we'll do the dangerous trial. Well, I will. Can't speak for my friends over here.
I mean, of course, if that's how it works. I don't want to butt in or anything, but
Yeah.
we're all part of the clan.
He kind of looks to you all, the rest of the council, likewise, silently judging you in that old person way.
Mm-hmm.
Thach rubs his arm. He's really like feeling that judgment.
I'm used to this.
Eventually, they kind of all come to an agreement. Very well. Come along. And they all very slowly begin walking with you all into a large cavern that is dug into the mountain. And they just walk with you completely silently. Leading down into the darkness. Several torches and sconces are placed and burn gently, casting a dull glow across this tunnel. It just continues down. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Travel for probably close to maybe even an hour. Take a couple of breaks here and there.
We're really deep, huh?
Seems like that keeps happening a lot. You doing okay, Drew?
There might be a sword nearby, right?
Could be.
Oh, I hate this. I'll be okay.
It's actually not terrible for you, Daru, just because it's like it doesn't fill you with the same like comfort really, but it is a fairly like open tunnel. Like it's wide and hollowed out pretty well. So it doesn't feel super claustrophobic. It just feels like a very long room.
Okay, that's good. Also, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thuru goes into his happy place.
Yeah.
Okay, as you continue on, eventually find that there is a chamber, and you can start to hear a sound that many of you recognize, especially Iskar and Cole, as mining.
Hey.
You know, the clinking of metal tools against stone. You can hear the hauling of dirt and just the grunting of people as they work and labor on a difficult task.
Okay, by people, you mean Knulls?
Knowles.
Where was that going?
No, what? I don't know. Shut up.
It could
Just
have been
asking. It
like,
wasn't clear.
I'm just
it could
saying.
have been like weird little demon guys again. Never
Okay,
know.
okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
No,
there is no centricity is
no, I
where
was
it's
gonna
showing
say,
up.
definitely wasn't an ethnocentric comment.
Eventually, you guys get to or enter what appears to be a large mining operation. And in the center of this hollowed out cavern, Thach, you can see a familiar sight of this just massive Titan statue
Ooh.
that is kind of on its side. Head is currently largely exposed, though a tiny bit of the side of its face is still kind of resting on dirt more than anything.
Oh.
A big part of its shoulder and part of its bicep is exposed.
That's him. That's the angry man from my dream.
That's when you
Well,
saw in
my
the
vision.
temple the one time?
Yeah. And the salvation cube.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's real something. I don't know. Is it okay to say it's kind of creepy?
I mean, I thought it was Satan, so
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Every time I forget that we call it a salvation cube, and then any time you bring it up, it makes me laugh.
the salvation
It's
cube.
truly the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, a gift is usually a cube.
Is this what gave me the vision too? Because I think it was.
I don't know. You went to Garrus. No,
No, that
we
was
went to salvation
afterwards.
cube too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was in that same salvation cube.
What
Either
did
way,
you see? Again, you saw Lana
I did.
on the roof.
I don't know. Maybe this thing has some answers. Let's find out what it is.
Yeah. Look over to the other knoll and wait for instructions. There's a trial. Real bad at trial. I remember the first time we had to fight mannequins and I got knocked out.
I do.
I remember that. I fucked those mannequins up.
Damn straight.
I
You
caught
sure
them on
did.
fire, I think.
Soul language. Yeah, did you have that sword back then? or
No. I used to just use magic for that.
Could you still do that? That's weird. I haven't seen you do it in a while. Oh no, you did.
Well, it's silly because I can't use extra attack with it, so now it's worthless.
Oh, that makes sense.
Flame Rod I can do the special extra attack with, so it the better.
That makes sense.
Gran kind of very quickly jabs you in the kind of heel with her walking stick, Thach.
Yeah.
Well, go on.
You want me to touch it or something?
Just awaken it.
Just awaken it.
And then Reza kind of steps forward. With all due respect, perhaps it would be best to test these outsiders before we have them integrate with the Titan.
Integrate? Like fuse? Permeate through the stone? Go inside it?
Sorry, I had a brain fart. I meant interact.
Oh, okay.
I just couldn't think of the word. I was on the spot. I'm sorry.
That's it. No problem. No worries. I do that too.
I feel like that was a trap for Iskar, and I didn't fall for it.
Rand kind of thinks for a moment. Says, we didn't walk all the way down here for nothing. So, go on, boy.
Start puffing, boy.
Oh, okay. Ma'am, and I walk up to it,
Yeah, whatever this is, you can do
and
it.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna put my hand on it first. Thank you. And when nothing happens, I say a prayer to either. I ask him, why did you choose me?
Stuff happens immediately.
Oh! Immediately.
Yeah, you put your hand on this thing, and you feel electricity shoot up your arm, up into your neck, and the rest of you will watch as Thach's eyes turn white and begin to crackle with electric energy. And similarly, the head of this Titan cracks slightly to one side, and the eyes begin to glow and crackle with sparks.
Oh, shit.
Roll initiative?
Pain starts to creep up your arm and into your neck and chest.
Oh no, are the scars glowing too?
They are, and they seem to be expanding across your body.
Ooh.
I don't know what I should be doing. Should I keep touching? It hurts.
Do you keep your hand on it?
I put the other hand on it too, and I grip my teeth.
All right.
This is the reason I was dragged out the farm, right? Let's take.
All right. You take 5 points of necrotic damage.
Done. It's not even a real hell.
Do anything else?
So, like, I'm gonna look up at it, say it's moving. What else do you want from me? I'm touching it.
Put your dick in it.
No!
Don't say that.
Also, I'm back. Hi.
Hi, welcome back. I push forward a little further, or harder, and I invoke
Maybe you should try
Ether's
licking
name. I don't know. I invoke Ether's name.
Try licking it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
can
lick
second that.
You take 22 points of necrotic damage, and
Okay.
Rezik comes over and pulls you away from it. I believe that's enough. I think you've more than proven your qualifications here.
What did that qualify me for?
The
Well, you
semifinals.
got it moving.
I don't want to hear ringing.
Nope.
Just because you got it moving doesn't mean you can move it while it's under all this rubble anyways, so.
Dig it out, huh?
The council, even though they're all masked and you can't really read their expression, they seem impressed and satisfied. It's just something with their body language that is very clear.
Just occasional golf claps.
Yeah.
They're there. They found what they want.
That was incredible. You made that whole thing move. And its head anyway.
All I did was touch it. Ain't really impressive, huh?
I didn't see it. Can you do it again?
Maybe after a little rest.
I want to try it.
Oh no.
Alright, what do you do, Simmons?
Simmons is gonna touch it.
Alright, go over and touch it. It's cold stone.
Aww.
Gotta love it.
All right.
What
I'm
to be
gonna
electrocuted?
I'm gonna lick it.
Iskar's gonna try touching Thach.
Nice and cool.
Simmons, you take 7 points of lightning damage.
Okay. What if
For
I touch
licking it.
Thach while I'm touching the rock?
Nothing hit.
Simmons doing the real science here.
I hate to pull a Cole here, but I think maybe we should learn more about this before we go touching and licking everything.
What does that mean?
I'm just saying.
We're family. We can touch and lick each other. There's nothing wrong with that.
Let's make the correct, informed decisions. But as maybe I missed it earlier, but has anyone actually explained what this thing is?
It's some weird, it's a titan I've seen in my vision. I don't know what it is. The prophecy they have, from what I can remember, is that this thing's gonna beat off the Demon King, right?
Wow.
That's phrasing.
Wording.
What?
Perhaps they can tell us a little more about it, since it's so important, and we've proven that you're qualified.
Why don't you give us a hand with this one, Elders?
Let's return to our tent and we'll inform you of everything.
Thank you.
Do any of you need to be carried? It's a long walk.
I could. My legs are very tired.
Don't jerk him around. Masturbation jokes.
He does offer for real, though.
I mean, if you're offering, I'm not going to say no.
Oh, I meant the elder. Like, it's a long walk.
Right,
One,
of course.
Two of them need canes.
Yes, the elders. Of course.
The one specifically who has been described as having a leg deformity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're able to give Gran a hand and give her a piggyback.
I make tough carry me.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. And then we all start playing chicken out of water.
Right. Eventually, after a long walk and a couple of breaks, you guys do arrive back at the elders. Heading inside, you guys find a very nice kind of a long oh shit, I can't remember the name of the town, but It's almost like some of the oh my god, why can't I remember the names of these things?
Is it the city in Skyrim that you're thinking of, the Longhouse?
Yeah, the Longhouse.
Yeah.
Where the
Whiterun.
no, it's one of the smaller ones.
Thach.
It's like Winterhold or something.
Winterhold, that's one. Yep.
Possibly. I don't think no. Winterhold is a college. It's one of the small northern ones.
Windhelm.
Anyways,
Windhelm, maybe. Anyway,
Valkyrie.
Anyways, there's a bit of a hallway or a long hall with a table set out, and at the far end of it, there's several chairs, presumably for the elders to sit.
Dragon's Reach.
And, that might be the one, actually. Yeah. But eventually they'll take a seat and they have Rezek leave. Much to his a little hesitantly, he heads off and begins to gather up some people to get you all a dinner.
Dinner.
I'm gonna go see if I can learn some Noldish.
I'll have the human kebabs. That sounds good.
They're string already. Does everybody just get required or disconnect?
It's required.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's quite
that's
good.
required.
Sorry, this shit was gonna drive me fucking nuts.
Just the Skyrim thing.
It's like the Jarl's longhouse from Falkreath.
I said Valkyrie.
I didn't hear you.
Nobody listened to me.
I heard you, Daru.
You did.
I heard you.
Also, Falkreath is in the south.
It is in the south, yes.
God damn it.
I've been playing more than an hour into Skyrim because I keep creating new characters.
Same, but they all end up being the same character anyway, so I don't know why I bother.
Today I'll be a battle mage, he says, making another rogue.
Another
with a
rogue
bow.
archer.
Stealth archer.
Rogue archer.
Anyways. Sorry, I don't know Skyrim anymore. It's been a long time. It's an old game.
It is, what is it, like 10, 15 years old now?
It
It's
came out
very old.
2011. It's
Oh,
8
it's
years
not that-
old. It just seems a lot older because they re-released it every year, every console ever.
Oh, okay. God, 8 years?
Yeah.
Let us take a moment to bathe in existential crisis.
No, thank you. Let's play some D&D.
Let's
I've got-
continue.
Got enough of that on my own.
So, a meal is prepared for you, and as it's being prepared, the Elder Council begins to give you a long lore dump on the origins of the Titan.
Oh, good.
And instead of just me trying to do this all in character with 5 people simultaneously,
Yeah, you could just
because that would be a nightmare. And to make sure
5
the important
really old people.
Yeah. Essentially, their tribe was originally the Rivertooth tribe.
Okay.
Back when this land was still Rossavir, The Rivertooth tribe were a part of it. They weren't a part of the central kind of Rossavirian kind of state, which was primarily Dragonborn, but they had a pretty thriving tribe outside of it. They did dealings with Rossavir frequently, and they had decent relations. Eventually, as the king's madness kind of began to set in, and after the incident with his rising to whatever it is he became, a lot of the members of the Rivertooth tribe were killed, and the few that remained and were kind of scattered and eventually formed the Shattered Tooth tribe. They had received a prophetic dreams that told them that this creature would rise again, and that the inciting incident of that would be people returning to this land. Since then, they made it their mission to keep outsiders away. This carried on for several centuries. They succeeded in keeping people away from the center of this valley, scaring them off either through violence or trickery, whatever they were able to accomplish, essentially. But eventually, as this carried on, find some names. There's tell that a group of 3, or at the time it was a dwarven brother came and who was dying of thirst. Was certainly going to die out in the middle of the desert. And one of their tribe members took pity on him, brought him in, nursed him back to health, and eventually that dwarf turned traitor killed this gnoll that had saved him, and by spilling that blood in the center of the valley, reawakened the slumbering king.
That's the same thing we saw in the.
Yeah.
It's a vision of Aemon Goldhall.
Killing the Null, awakening the king. Demon King.
Since then, the tribe has worked to try and scare people away, but as the guild rose up to counter this, they were eventually pushed out, and they just didn't have the numbers or the resources to combat such an organization. So they began searching for other means. Eventually, their search brought them to this. Shortly after Drafixilon performed whatever rite he had, not everyone was killed instantaneously. There were almost a decade and a half of oppression and fear living under this tyrant people just fighting to survive, and those survivors trying to find a way to undo what had been done, or at least fix it in some way. So many attempts were made, and various plans were enacted to try and prevent this creature or destroy it. One of those things was this Titan. Groups of dwarven and kobold inventors got together and began crafting this thing. But after its completion, there wasn't a power source. That there wasn't a way to power it consistently. They were able to move it slightly here and there, but they couldn't keep it active long enough for it to function in battle. And so, like many of the other attempts to find a way to slay this creature, it was lost, and eventually the final measure that they could come up with was enacted, and that involved sacrificing essentially the last living creatures that were still inhabiting this area. And after that was enacted, the Titan was buried under the mountains. And the gnolls were able to locate it, and have since been working to dig it out and excavate it. With their prophecies, they had received visions that an individual with lightning-like scars would be capable of powering this entity, and would be able to drive people out of Rush Valley and put an end to this creature's attempted resurrection.
Oh, that's what we're trying to do right now. It all fits.
Then you understand the importance of this.
Yeah, I do.
If you can power this thing, you can destroy Rush Valley.
There are innocent people in Rush Valley. And there are evil people there. We'll do what we can.
If they are not driven out, they will die anyways.
We'll find a way to drive them out.
Is there some other way to stop this evil force? Other than driving people out? I mean, surely we could succeed in driving them out now, but 50 years from now, they'll just come back again, and it's all going to start all over. Well, don't we need to cut this thing off at the source of the problem?
Once the Titan's fully active, it should function on its own. If you can give it the order to protect Rush Valley and keep everyone out, then it will enact that until it's destroyed.
There's gotta be more than just that, right?
Right. I have no strong personal stake in Rush Valley. I have a stake in the well-being of the people inside of it, but I don't want to live here or settle here. This is not my home. So I'm not hurt by the prospect of everyone leaving this place. I would be fine with that. But there are going to be people that want to come back and live here again, and sooner or later the Titan will fall again, and then we're right back to where the prophecy said we would be. I feel like we need... Surely there has to be some way to stop this evil from coming back just because there are people here. But I don't know. I haven't heard much of any of this prophecy. I don't understand. What is it about people being here that brings it back to life?
Well, it has people under its control, and it can attempt to undo whatever is binding it.
That makes sense. Can
I think
it be defeated? Destroyed?
And the people of Rossavir spent a very long time trying to correct this, destroy it, and they found no way to do so.
and their magic was
You-
stronger than ours.
If you have access to some knowledge that we do not, then I'd be happy to hear it. But as long as he has influence on others, as long as there are people to influence, he will do so. As long as we can cut off that source, then he'll be no threat to anyone.
Way I sees it, we're playing a one-sided game of chess. We just got our first piece.
That makes a lot of sense. And if nothing else, it buys us time to possibly look for a permanent solution.
Right? What do we call this Titan? Does it have a name? Because I feel Bishop.
Why not call it the Iron Giant?
Because it's stone.
Oh. Iron sounds cooler.
It does. Does it have some iron on it?
Just have a little bit.
Yeah, it does have some iron on it.
I kind of like the Titan.
Yeah, it's the Titan. It's kind
Yeah,
of generic.
It's
but,
kind of like my favorite names are things that just describe what they are. It's my favorite naming convention, and it makes the most sense.
you are the performer.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, right?
I am Small Cat.
The small cat.
The Small Cat. You are the Lightning Knoll.
I
That
feel
is-
like having a "the" in your name makes better.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Always,
what's the Chinese knockoff of Iskar?
I've just been calling you Shachi, which is Little Dragon.
Mountain lizard.
I like it too because it sounds a little like Shadow. Shadow Shachi.
Reza comes in with a large roast boar and several fresh greens and
Ooh,
beans, laying down several a large feast for all of you.
Ooh.
you're the mobster.
So, okay, so the goal is to wake this thing up and set it to drive people out of the land. How do we do that? What's the next step?
Well, we need to finish the excavation, which we have a decent handle on at the moment, but
Frost Giant could help with that.
that's right. I forgot you had that thing. Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my god.
But you have to feed him and you have to treat him good, and his name is Benny, and
Fearnir.
What is this?
Fearnir. His name is Fearnir.
nah, I think it's Benny.
What is this?
Or Fearnir,
Fer-
that's right.
Is this the?
This is the giant that
like-
we saved.
Oh right,
Like an hour ago.
it's Furter.
I don't suppose you have an estimate on when this excavation would be complete. We have reason to believe that there's something going to happen with the eclipse at the start of the new year. Is it going to be ready by then?
With our resources, we'll be cutting it close, but if you can fully power this thing, we can keep it should be able to expose enough of it that you can dig the rest out yourself.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind.
If we find other resources that would be useful in digging it up, we can redirect some of them too.
Be greatly appreciated.
Just to make sure we're all in the same place, we're mostly looking at driving people out, not killing them in swaths, right? Like, I understand there's some bad people there, and I can't wait to kill some of them, but there's a lot of innocent people in Rush Valley too.
Also, you can't kill any of the kobolds.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm gonna miss something here. So why are we kicking them out? Because we can't.
Yeah. So quick recap. The Shadow King thrives when there are people in this land because he mind controls them and uses those people to dig him up and bring him back to life. These gnolls knows that. They were there when the original apocalypse happened, and they have been trying to drive people out of the land. And they've been unsuccessful in doing so. But they have this ancient titan that was built back during the original apocalypse, and they believe that if they can bring it back to life, the titan will go over to Rush Valley and all these other cities and scare people away and make them afraid to live here by destroying all their cities and stuff, so that everyone will leave and the Shadow King will have nobody to control.
Yeah, that sounds absolutely terrible. Why are we on board with this?
It's a short-term solution.
By blowing up cities?
Yeah, no, trust me, it's a short-term solution that I'm not a huge fan of. I would much rather actually defeat or destroy this thing, this Demon King, whatever it is. But with that said, they made a good point. Their entire civilization, magically advanced, maybe even more than any of ours, spent, a decade trying to come up with some way to defeat or destroy this thing? And the best they could do is seal it underground by blowing up all of their civilization to do it. If they
Let's hope we don't have to do that.
Right. If they made the conclusion with all of their decades of research that the best option was to destroy their entire civilization just to seal it away, it seems unlikely that we would find some way to kill it in the next 3 months.
Well, if you want to give up that quickly.
Oh, no,
they
trust
didn't
me,
have me working on the
Of course
problem.
not.
Yeah, no, trust me. I'm of the persuasion that anything is possible. I'd love to find an alternative. But in the short term, I think this is a good backup plan. And it doesn't take any of our resources to get it working, except Thach has to visit once they've got it dug up and power it.
I might be able to help digging it out too.
Maybe,
I
but we
just
do
need
have a lot
time.
of other work.
I could stay here. By that I mean I could research some spells that help.
Oh, right, yeah, of course.
Wizard, yeah. Maybe something that shapes stone. Actually, can Cole just sort of dance the stone away?
Not really that good at it yet, but I mean, if we could track down that clan of Kenra, maybe.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Either way, I think we can all agree that terrorizing a city is kind of a...
Bad.
It's kind of a backup plan. It's a worst-case scenario. I appreciate that they've got this plan in motion because there's a chance we'll have to use it, but I'm hoping that we are able to find some other way to do it.
Maybe propaganda will.
Perhaps. We've gotten started on
You
that.
did a little bit of that, right?
Yeah.
So what you got?
I mean, it's just seeds in the minds of a few people right now.
Yeah, but like how you plant them?
Oh, graffiti. You start small. You make people start asking questions. There are a bunch
You
of people
vandalize the wall.
Sure, there are a bunch of people that woke up this morning and had a thought that they had never had in their entire lives, and it's that the guild might be lying to them. I've introduced a lot of people to something that they maybe never thought about before, and some of them will just go, oh, those are hooligans, but some of them might be like, okay, sure, that's a dumb thought.
Yeah.
I wonder why they wrote it. I wonder if there's any truth behind it.
Why would anyone like take the time to write this? You know?
Yeah. And especially at like a really weird, controversial time like right now after the death of a prominent guild leader. I'm just saying, propaganda, it starts small. You start real small.
You know a lot about propaganda.
I do. It's the name of our business. It's the whole reason we started what we started back in Andelin. When you're wanting to create a big change, you don't go to the head of the snake. You have to work your way from the ground up. You can only change a society if you change the people in it, not its leaders.
Are your dads dictators?
No, on the contrary, they overthrew dictators. They empowered
And
the
became
people.
dictators.
They're not dictators. You stop that right now. They are absolutely not
I
dictators.
mean, his name is Dreadmaw.
That doesn't mean anything.
Choose his name.
I didn't choose the name Treadmaw.
My name is Evil Guy McBadson.
Yeah,
His parents
Von-
chose that name for him.
Von Hitler.
I don't want to hear it from
Just
Mr. F. State Iskar over there.
Whoa!
oh,
I have no counter.
I'm never gonna let you live that one down, but also I love it to death. No, all I'm saying is that if you want to change a society, you can't just change its rules and its leaders. You have to change the people in it. A society is just a collection of people. Its government will always reflect what the people want.
It takes time to change people.
Absolutely. You have to start small.
Let's start a charity drive.
I agree. But one thing at a time. We do have several projects on the back burner. We need to go get the sword while we're here, and we need to go up north and check out the front lines, and then we need to check out Angoro. We should probably...
Is the sword a big sword or regular sword?
Nox, you said the thing was like big but not giant sized, and it's like a big
was wielded
cleaver
by-
executioner sword?
Yeah, it was wielded by Hill's giant, right? Hill giants?
So that might be a big sword then.
Yeah, I was wondering if we can borrow it and use and give it to the Titan. We can combine all the artifacts we find.
Yeah, side note, now that we've seen this thing up close and not just in a vision, like, are we talking 20 stories tall? 3 stories tall? Like, how big is this thing?
Close to 20.
20 stories tall? Okay, that thing does, like,
Huge.
that
Okay,
even
never
if it,
mind.
yeah, even if it was a giant sword, that thing would be like a sewing needle to it. Okay, that is fucking cool, dude. We're gonna have a 20-foot tall fucking Titan.
I mean, hopefully not if things work out correctly.
Right.
All right, you said 20 foot. You meant 20
Or
stories.
20 stories. Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
We already have a 20-foot slave.
We do. Well, okay.
His name is Vinny.
His name is Fearder, and he's not our slave. We cannot keep this giant as a slave. Not just because I'm morally opposed to slavery, but also because he's 20 feet tall, and we can't take him to a lot of places that we go.
Oh yeah. What are we gonna do? Split into stealth team?
No more stealth team. There's no more stealth team.
Okay, good.
Loud team only.
Loud team only. But listen, like we go into underground places. I'm surprised he fits down here, down in that other place, the cave earlier. Like that was a very expansive cave. But imagine trying to bring him down into like the goblin mines.
Yeah, I mean it fit a Titan, right? So
Oh yeah, but it's buried. It's collapsed. Like that thing is gonna burst through the earth to get out of here. Anyway, this is delicious. This is fantastic. This pour?
It needs salt.
I give you salt from my magic pouch.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Thach is like pulling apart the meat slowly, sniffing it, checking the color for poison.
Alright, give me a cooking tool spell.
oh my god, it's poison.
Oh, it is one of those. I thought it might be. Oh, I'm so excited.
That's just for scale.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Here's cooking. I don't know if it's poison.
Fine.
Here, I'll add a D8 to it because I still have that. Might as well. Don't want it to go to waste.
10 minutes
That
only.
expired a long time ago.
Oh, right. Oh, it's a good roll too. It expired going down.
I mean, I gave it to you right before you approached the statue, so it's gone.
Oh, that's true.
All right. Anyway, food's delicious.
Food is wonderful, and I need none of you to make a Constitution save.
Okay, but I don't think you understand how much salt I put on mine.
Yeah, I can't really do a character voice today, honestly. But I'm super out of it.
It's a turd.
Yeah, it's still in my body.
Same.
It's still there.
Yep.
But in character, I don't want to sound like I'm being the downer here, because having a giant stone titan on our side seems really great and cool. But I don't think you're ever going to get me on board with intentionally blowing up some of these cities. Like
Oh, we're not
I've
blowing up
been.
anything.
I've been all over Rush Valley. I enjoy Rush Valley as a city, and all the little towns around it. Like I know a lot of people here. I can't get behind that sort of solution. There's got to be something else. Even if we have to transplant people, not via fear.
No,
It's like a plan B.
I agree with that. Like, even if evacuation is the only answer, I'd rather do it peacefully than by scaring everyone out by blowing up their house.
Yeah, like I'm not even sure if I'm okay with it being a plan B, to be quite honest.
I'd put it like plan D.
A last resort.
Last resort.
Because
Put it
listen,
like J or K.
Final solution.
yeah, because
Oh boy.
if we
Oh,
fail
no.
anyway, it's better we scare them out than they all die because the Demon King rises and kills everyone.
No, I
Okay,
do agree.
guys,
yeah.
we absolutely cannot have a chosen people resurrect a fucking golem we can't say that on TV.
Okay.
Like, we
You
can't.
can't go with that.
So we'll save it for a last resort.
Fucking final solution. Yeah, no, it's like Plan JK, because your asses best be just kidding about that shit.
Did I miss like a Hitler joke or something? What's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, you did.
You did. Don't,
Okay.
I'm
don't,
sorry, I couldn't help myself.
don't worry
Gosh,
about it.
today's session needs to be censored heavily.
Yeah, we just need to scrap this whole session.
Yeah, just throw this shit in the garbage. What did I miss?
It's
This
been a travel
This is
session.
a secret session just for Twitch.
We saw a Titan. The session is canceled.
Don't let the leash off yet. We're still we haven't been banned yet. Anyway, food is delicious. This plan is our last resort. What's our next step?
With all due respect,
Yeah.
if they're mobilizing on the eclipse, we're at our last resort.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you're going to do this, you're going to need to get something.
Okay, what's that?
There's an old temple from House of Ear, but as you can imagine, like most of their stuff, it's buried about 100 feet underground at this point.
Of course.
I need you to go and find that temple. Inside, there's called the first spark.
Ooh. See, I like it. It's descriptive.
First spark.
It was an artifact that was supposedly given as a divine gift. If you use that, you should be able to get full access to your abilities, Thachary.
Full
And
access?
that'll let you power this Titan.
Okay. So you're saying this, whatever this is I am now, it's not the full package?
I don't believe so.
Oh boy.
idea where it is.
Rosaviran Temple somewhere. Wouldn't it be really convenient if it was back there with Fiara? Sorry, not Fiara. um, Emera's temple.
You don't have an exact location of it.
Any sort of leads we can follow?
Based on the geography and what we've been able to discern from the impact, as it were, we imagine that it's somewhere to the west. Probably far, somewhere between the Tyrant Peaks and what I believe they call Coyote's Den.
Yeah, that's where a master is right now.
Okay, it'll be a super long shot because I think I have like a -4 to history. But can I roll history to see if I remember any significant temples over to the west in Rossaview?
Sure.
You have a -4 this.
Okay, it's only a -2, but still.
That is a 0. You have got.
We are needing to head that direction anyway. In fact, that's another thing that you were wanting to do, right, Thach? Because your teacher's over there?
Yeah, he's got the hat we need to borrow.
Maybe he'll know more about it, or where it's at, if he's nearby.
No, he is pretty well learned.
It's also, we can, like, wrap down after Valenmin. It's not really in the same direction, but it's, you know, kind of,
We
sort
can
of.
work our way down.
Yeah.
Well, what we can do is stop by Coyote's Den, see if the teacher can lend us the hat, and make our way up. Ooh, the less we have to go through Rush Valley, the better.
I mean,
But
unless we are
you'll
walking from the mountains to Valenvin, we're
yeah,
gonna...
no, we have to teleport.
Yeah, we're gonna teleport for sure.
How many times can Maple do that?
I don't know, probably once or twice a week.
Okay.
She seems pretty good.
You're open micing, by the way. Dude.
I know. Sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
The old people have fallen asleep. Several of them, at least.
Oh.
The old people?
Yeah, the elders have. Several of them have fallen
Oh.
asleep
I
because
mean,
it's like almost
you get-
midnight.
You get that itis, man, and just
Yeah, it's a big bore, man.
Okay, hear me out. You know how like the guild headquarters is in Rush Valley, right?
Right.
And you know how they send people out on all these missions and they take a cut of all the treasure?
Sure.
And when they send people out on the mission, they usually give them like supplies, like scrolls and spells and potions and stuff.
Yeah.
What if we snuck in and stole all that shit?
I mean, yeah.
On the one hand, yeah. On the other hand, I can guarantee that we're not equipped to steal from the guild.
Aww.
It's okay, we can just send the stealthy half of the party.
No, this is the stealthy half of the party who is also like an anti-sec guy telling you that we cannot steal from the guild. We don't stand a chance. That entire place is lit up like candle nights. We would immediately get caught, 100%, and they would be at our doorsteps within 10 minutes.
Joke, I know. It's bad idea.
Magic is stupid.
Magic is great. Magic can be beat, but in this case, we don't have the tools to beat this magic. Not yet.
Well,
I can disable 2 traps, maybe, and then I'm dry. And I can guarantee that is just going to get rid of one alarm and maybe a private sanctum, which, by the way, will also immediately alert them that something is wrong. And that doesn't even account for all the stuff that's covered with nistals. I'm sure they've got some blanks. Everything is going to be lead-coated anyway, so we can't divine our way in.
There's a lot of assumptions you're making.
It is.
But, I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it would be extremely foolish for them to not have these protections.
Oh, we got to do something about it. I mean, if anybody knows about how to shut down big evil Demon King, it's probably the guys who brought him back in the first place. Are any of the other gnolls around and or awake?
It's Rezik.
Rezik is awake and is currently leading a couple of them to their bedchambers, but he can be waved down.
That's fine. I don't need to call him. But basically, just because, no offense, Thackeray, but just because these bunch of gnolls couldn't stop him, that doesn't mean that we can either, and that doesn't mean that someone else can't. We definitely need to start fucking with the guild somehow, and if the eclipse is that close, we don't have time to let propaganda sit in. Like, we need to start acting instead of dicking around, and I just cannot get on board with any kind of terrorism plot.
Oh, I agree with that, but I think we are acting by checking out all of these swords, these sites.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Like, we need to get that kind of information, for sure.
Yeah, and
but
also
we've absolutely got to start hitting the guild one way or another. If we've got a deadline on it, that they're going to act on.
We might be talking about the same thing with different labels here. I think we should be targeting specifically Ammon and his group of small friends that are trying to bring the demon, the cult, not necessarily the guild or the city, but the cult specifically.
Right.
Then yeah, I think we're all in agreement. I'm not convinced that the entire guild is part of the cult. Is the main point that I'm trying to make?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the higher-ups almost guaranteed.
Probably, yeah. At least Ammon. Probably at least some people close to him. I think our short-term priority is figure out how to stop this ritual on the eclipse. Our fallback plan, if everything goes absolutely terrible, is to try to scare an evac in the week or two leading up to it. But again, that's our fallback plan. We still have 3 months to play with here. And by play with, I mean work diligently towards figuring out how this cult works and how to stop it.
And yeah, I need to remind you, it's not an act of terrorism. We don't scare them out. They're dead.
No, that's literally, you literally just defined terrorism.
We are saving them from death.
But that's literally terrorism.
Well, no.
that is 100% terrorism. You can scare them out. I don't know. The ends doesn't justify the means in that case. We're wrecking the shit. Hey, don't interrupt me. If we destroyed every city along in here, we're destroying hundreds of thousands of years of stuff. We're destroying things that people put together forever. And we're not just going to walk a giant stone golem through everything and wreck it just because people won't listen.
Right. I'd much rather we take that big golem to the gates of the city and use it to spook people out. Say, okay, it's time to go. This is not a joke. Look at what we've got here. This is serious.
Also,
leave.
I seem to misunderstand. We're not destroying anything, from my understanding. We're just gonna spook them.
That's what the Gnolls said. They want to pilot this big old boy through and start destroying these cities, so that way there's no one here.
Who's gonna pilot them? The thing, them? Me? I'm gonna.
Continuing to explain. I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what they wanted us to do, is send this thing onto these cities so that no one can settle here, so that there's no one for him to influence, right?
Yeah, I think now that the elders are asleep at the table, I think Cole is right. I think the elders want us to literally raise these cities, and I am not on board with that.
Yeah, I'm not on board with that either. Not the raising part.
Yeah, scaring, great. If we need to make a little show of, hey, this is serious, okay. I'm not okay with running in there and just crushing buildings.
But they also said that we don't control this thing. Like
Well,
we
it
awaken
sound-
it, and it does its own thing. Like
Well,
we
they
set
s-
it loose, and
It
it's
sounds like it do whatever Thach tell it
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah.
So Thach can
Yeah.
go
We
be
give it an
scared,
order.
we need some
anybody,
hard
not anything.
confirmation on that shit. Though.
Yeah.
They said that Thach is in control of this thing.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
That makes me a
And-
lot more comfortable with this plan.
Yeah.
You know I wouldn't destroy a city
Of course.
on
not.
purpose.
Yeah, okay, but what if they had it coming though?
No, like, listen. Just as a confirmation, one of the two people who was saying, don't plant beans, it's bad, it's done nothing but bad, and who kept planting beans? The rest of the party.
Well, that's just
Beans
because
are fun.
Thackeray is a chicken.
It means Thackeray is smart and paranoid.
I have played a smart and paranoid character for 3 years, and he still would have planted those beans because it's fun.
Yeah. It's not fun.
I mean, like the paranoid part of Cole is saying, "Hey, maybe these gnolls are fucking wrong, like super wrong."
Right. I am willing to
Yeah.
entertain that idea because I think it might be possible. Again, all of this is all hypothetical. We have 3 months to talk it over, to think it over. We're not making a snap decision tonight. Obviously, Plan A is find a cleaner and easier way to cut this problem off at the source without having to evacuate these lands that a lot of people really enjoy living in. There are a bunch of great people here, and if we can make this land habitable, perfect. That is Plan A. We can all agree that that is Plan A.
The idea, for the record, the plan at least, for if the Titan he has to be, it's to stomp out the bad people and not so much citizens. Like, currently there are bad people in the guild. They're in power. When we take care of them, then we can kind of talk the rest of the people out of this, right? Hey, guys, there's a demon under the city. It's huge. It's gonna kill everyone. Could you please evacuate for a moment so we can kill it without worrying about anyone else?
I mean, yeah, obviously. Like if we get, hey, here's this proof of all this evil shit. Evil shit's coming.
Right.
Let's fight it or get the fuck out. Those are your two options.
Yeah.
Or die. That's option 3.
Yep.
Yeah, obviously, for sure.
Yeah.
But my entire point is I don't trust these gnolls because their plan A, first plan, they want us to skip everything and blow shit up, and that's
Yeah.
I agree with you there. Yes, I think they. No, I'm on board with your assessment. Yes.
Yeah. To be fair, they've been at this for centuries. They're tired. They're angry. They're probably not thinking right. But we're fresher, younger.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe they're just really bad at it. Like
Possibly.
maybe they just fucked it up for 400 years. I don't know.
Okay.
That is definitely an in-character comment. I want to.
Yeah, and
Again.
the in character response would be like they aren't necessarily the ones who've looked for alternative ways to do this. The whole reason this Titan was created is because the entirety of Rossavirian civilization couldn't come up with a solution.
Yeah. It wasn't them. They were just here to protect the center, and then they were destroyed for it.
Yeah,
They sacrificed a lot.
Gotcha.
it's not like these gnolls have been out here using with no
Secret
offense.
gnoll.
Yeah, like with no offense to their gnollish druidic magic, which is clearly amazing, and I have a lot of respect for it. They weren't out here trying to depower a god using druidic magic for 40 years. It was like the entire Rossavirian civilization was trying to figure something out with their collective advanced technology and magic, and they couldn't find anything. And you know me, I believe everything is possible. That's the whole reason I'm here, is because I think magic can do the impossible. But we need to be open to the idea that maybe we'll have to do our last resort plan. But I agree. I don't want to jump to that like it's our first resort plan.
God, no. Imagine what kind of heroes we'd be.
Yeah. Anyway.
So what's our move from here then? Because that move is not going to involve awakening this fucking golem, right?
We are going to find the rest of the swords. We have to figure out how this cult is operating, what exactly they're planning to do at the eclipse, and how we can stop it. And if stopping it will actually buy us more time, or if it's like, surely if they're planning on doing something at the eclipse, like that has to be a step in the awakening, right? Like if we stop that, it stops him from awakening, or else why would they even do it? Anyway, that's just my thought, is we need to be learning more about this cult and the whatever they're planning on doing at the eclipse. And also, this is a very vague one, but we need to learn more magic. We need to get stronger. We need to have better tools at our disposal. And part of that is just running around doing dangerous shit until we figure things out. I know it's real meta to just say we need to level up, but in world, we need divination magic. We don't have divination magic, and we're going to need it here. We are going to need more powerful spells. We need to pick up all of our artifacts. We're just not in the position to take the guild on yet. A big part of that is the divination magic. We need to have better access to Ymera because she knows what the fuck is going on.
All right. So where are? Is there any way to duplicate a map? Because like I kind of want to write on this map, but also don't want to fucking do a bunch of shit on it. I guess.
I mean, we
try
leaving a
and
lot
turn the
of
corner.
shit on it already.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
turn the corner.
What if? Do you remember that cave we went to that had the manticore in it, and there were worms there, and then Alana was there, and then we ran away?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
What if we went back there and looked for clues? Half of that cave is still unexplored, and it was inhabited by the worm people.
That's not a terrible idea.
Accurate.
That's actually a really good idea that we have not done yet.
Like, we could do that now.
Well, we're here in the mountains, and I don't think Willow is going to teleport us back until she gets a little rest, because she also has to do all those fingers. So, like, we're stranded out here in the mountains for a week anyway. We might as well get Nox's sword.
Yeah. What else have we got to do up here?
We need to plant her acorn, or she's not... I can guarantee she will not teleport us back until we plant that acorn. So, like...
What about the acorn?
Professor Birch gave us an acorn and said to go to the tallest peak in the Tyrant Mountains and plant it there. And I can promise you she is not going to come pick us up until we do that.
So
Fair.
we better hurry and do that then.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's over here to the northeast, which is also where Nox's sword is, apparently. So let's go get Nox's sword and plant the acorn. That is
Yeah.
our next step.
I'm not spending more than a week in the mountains. For sure. Not going to happen.
Then we teleport to Rush Valley. We go up to Valenvin. We check the front lines on the way. We check out this site where there's apparently something. The power thing that we need for our last resort plan. And then probably Angoro, because we think there's a sword there, and we can learn more about the cult. And then after Angoro, Rush Valley, check out that cave, see if there's anything else we missed.
And
I mean-
sanatorium.
And
Yeah,
the
we
sanatorium.
got the sanatorium. We've also got the caravan site, which is where Simmons' dad disappeared with the giant tool that they were using to dig into the earth.
Yeah, that's
And
actually another good one, too.
There's some shit over here. I mean, obviously that's relevant to Cole, but there's some shit over there that's gotta
Didn't
be
your
ignored.
elf friend say that, like, there was a guy at the sanatorium? Because Bishop also said that my dad was at the sanatorium, and, like, if we
Why
can
would
find
he
my
be-
dad, then we won't have to go to the thing. Just ask him. He might know stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cole's gonna go to that anyway, to be frank.
Okay.
Like, I mean, you're not wrong, but yeah. I mean, we should do both, is what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
we've also got this fucking dragon to deal with before it blows up the city.
Yeah.
Already.
It's pushing like monsters into the caravans and stuff.
Oh shit, that's real bad. Actually, I didn't hear
Yeah.
that part.
So the dragon being there is making like rocks and what do you call those weird lightning centipede dragon thing? It's behears. It's kind of threatening them, so they're kind of going in random directions, and they've gone into like caravan sites, and we've encountered them a lot recently because they're being pushed away from their home or their usual hunting ground.
How far are we from this then? Because that's where it's at,
4
right?
days, I think.
Yeah.
Shit.
Right? Yeah.
It's about equidistant from our acorn thing. With that said, however, if we do the acorn thing first and then teleport back, we can take a train here in a day and a half, spend a day and a half walking through the wilderness to her lair, day and a half back, so we can get that all done in like a week.
So you think we can
I
go
mean-
into a train being wanted people?
I mean, shit, people do it all the time.
I mean, it depends
We
on
can-
how
we
good
can-
Nox's papers are. And we will
Yeah.
have just done a big favor for Nox's organization.
That's true. We can all get papers.
You mean the school?
Right, the school, of course.
So here's the deal, though. How long have we left that dragon there? If are things going to be okay for another week and a half?
Let me go check.
I mean, the other option is that we don't do it because we
So-
can't really.
Here's the thing about not doing it, and I've already made this confession to Simmons, I think, but I should probably do it to everyone else. As a tactical maneuver, as we were fighting Valteria and she tried to flee, I maybe sort of kind of goaded her with some lies about myself and my involvement with her partner's death, so that maybe she would come back and we could finish her off and not have to chase her back to her lair. And she didn't take that bait, but she and I are on bad terms,
Okay.
to put it lightly.
I mean, I did kind of stab out her eye. I'm
yeah.
probably not her best friend either.
I was going to say, I
But
think we're
that
all on
did-
bad terms anyway.
Yeah, that did piss her off pretty good. Shit. Okay,
Let me check my notes on how long it's been since that all happened.
where's the acorn thing? The acorn thing's out here. God, we gotta go way the fuck up there.
Yeah, we're gonna climb mountains.
That was okay. So that was only that was 11 days ago.
With Valteria?
Valteria was 11 days ago.
What the fuck? My concept of time in this campaign is weird.
Right.
The traveling is what gets it.
Oh, that's actually a good point. How long did we travel? We spent some time, right? Traveling.
Wait,
After the teleport, getting from here, from our teleport spot down to the null spot. That would have been what, 2 days?
2 days.
Okay, so yeah, 13 days. That makes today Tuesday.
Christ. I don't know. I don't think we can't feasibly do all this shit. Not in 3 months, not in the order that we need to do it in, I don't think.
Not unless we get better, and I don't know how we can get better at traveling.
If we start feeling squeezed for time, I can call in favors. I have a network of people that are good at moving people around. I know
sure.
that they're not legally supposed to be here, but this is bigger than things. Like, I don't know.
I mean, you're right, but I think we would need a lot of some shit would down. It's not just a legal thing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There,
No, I agree.
like I think that's going to have to be a very, very important time that we call that in.
Right.
I would recommend that since there's 8 of us, we go in different directions, but something tells me that's it's bad luck.
How we die right away.
I mean,
Meta talk.
realistically speaking, that is what we should do. That's not what a D&D group should do.
Exactly. Meta talk, if we were to split into 2, I'd be kind of cool with it if we played 2 sessions a week instead of still just 1 session a week. But yeah.
That's a lot of work for Drake, though.
Exactly.
I mean,
we should just stick together.
That's how you guys get picked up.
This is
Yeah.
the first rule of D&D is don't split the party.
Without doing that, though, I don't see how we can get here, 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 and here in like 3 months. Like, there's no fucking way.
Sure they can.
Maybe it's a year and 3 months.
Yeah, maybe it's like the Roman. It's a different calendar.
So even assuming that we never get access to any better teleportation spells than what we currently have, let me do math real quick.
I'm also pretty sure you guys have more than 3 months.
Yeah, that too.
It was 6 months, wasn't it?
Today is August 14th, and we have until the new year. So
Oh shit! Somebody said 3 months. I'm like, oh
Listen,
fuck.
I'm bad at everything, including time and basic math. So please don't
Oh,
ever listen
shit.
to anything
Four,
that I say.
that
four and a
doesn't-
half months.
Yeah, that doesn't validate fucking everything. No, we're good then. Shit.
But even if it was just 3 months, like, this is all doable, especially considering that we're like 2 or 3 levels away from unlocking teleportation. That is a meta comment, but it is only barely a meta comment. Like, Cricket
No,
knows
well,
that.
I mean, in character, you could be like, I've been working on this teleportation circle,
Yeah.
and I think I can. It's gonna take me a little time to develop.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Cricket knows that we are getting close to the cusp of where transport is not a problem.
Yeah.
In 2 or 3 levels, we'll be looking back and laughing at this silly, like, oh, how are we going to get to the mountains?
I don't know. This is stressful. It's a good thing we don't have to rely on your favors too, because like I think starting an international incident will make this worse.
I agree. We should not do it
This
unless
would-
absolutely necessary. It is worth mentioning. This is more of a pull. I don't have as much influence. Junior has a father who knows how to teleport people around, and Junior's father is not banned from the country. That is a reach. It's a stretch. I don't think we can bank on that all the time. But he's a friend of the family. We might be able to call him in if there's an emergency.
I mean, we went to see Junior. I don't know. He wasn't exactly like jumping at the like. He was helpful,
Yeah.
but he wasn't exactly like jumping at the bit to
Listen,
help you out.
I know how to talk to people. I can do some persuasion if I have to. I'm not saying I can
manipulate your friend.
No, I'm just saying that this is a very important issue, and he's a friend of the family. And if we need to talk our way into a one-time favor, that's what I'm here for. That's my job.
That's fair.
I have a background that gives me contacts that allow me to move things and messages and people around. And you know, that's what I'm here for. It's my job.
Right.
You're a
allow
criminal.
Allow me to present the following as an option. What we need is fast travel, some ability to get around really quickly. That could be done through planar portals. So we should go to Vanelvin, check out the darkness in the mountain, all become cool with being in the Shadowfell, and we'll use the Shadowfell to get around.
Is
We have access to the Shadowfell.
I hate it, and you're not wrong.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. It's my understanding that the Shadowfell and the Feywild are both physically similar to the material plane, so there's not like fast travel scale. The issue would be time. If we want to manipulate time, and this is something that my parents would kill me if they ever heard me say,
Feywild.
Simmons might be the answer here. We can spend 3 weeks in the Feywild and only spend a day in the real world, but only if we have some sort of advanced control or comfort with the Feywild, which
That'd
I
be fun.
do not.
I mean, I've been there a couple times.
It sounds like there might be things happening in there anyway.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
So that is an option.
Big surprise.
So,
It's not
well,
going
I
to
mean,
feel like fast travel to us, but you know, we can spend a month in there, and only a couple days might have passed out here if we have the security and control that we need for that.
Dragon Ball Z bullshit.
so hyperbolic time chamber. So I would like to offer an opinion on that backs that up as a good idea.
Okay.
We obviously need allies.
Oh yeah.
We've been talking about that, and I'm pretty sure, like, you know, I don't know, like something pretty token, like saving the entire fucking Feywild, would get us some pretty powerful allies, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, being pragmatic about it, I think not only would that give us some buddies, but also possibly solve one of our main issues. Problem is, you know, what if we go? I mean, Cole doesn't know anything about that shit, so I mean, it's obviously safe. The Shadowfell wasn't that bad; it was just kind of gross.
To be clear,
No offenses.
if we don't have like control or influence over this, the opposite could happen. We could spend 3 days in there, but 4 years have passed out here. Like it is inherently risky. We can only do it if we have some assurance that we will have some control over when we come out.
Well, maybe someone should talk to his lady and be
No.
like, "Hey, can you do some shit for us? Because this is what's going on. It's going to affect you too."
Yep, I agree wholeheartedly.
Maybe we can do something for her too.
Of course.
Oh, yeah, I mean, with the whole thing that happened. It's less dismissive and more. I'm tired. I don't remember it.
It's okay. Drink some water.
All right. Either way, for now, regardless of what our long-term plans are, Short term, we need to start heading northeast because we have to plant this acorn and get a sword. So,
Right.
shall we pack up and get going in the morning?
Acorn sword.
Immediately and without saying goodbye. These people want to kill us all.
They don't want to kill us all. They're just scared and they're afraid for their lands and their people. I understand it.
There.
Rightfully so, I might add.
They were genocided.
Yeah, like, I completely understand where they're coming from. I'm 3 generations separated from the exact same thing. These people are just trying to protect themselves.
So eventually, Rezik comes back and begins showing you guys to your rooms so that you can rest. They do have a couple of spare tents with some cots and things available. Each tent can fit like large. You could probably fit 4 of you per. What's the kind of sleeping arrangement going to be?
Ooh, let's split the party in sleeping range.
Nope. Let's camp real close and keep a watch order. We are in the wilderness with people that we've actively been shit-talking.
And who have actively assaulted us.
That, too.
Yeah, we're fucking...
It's a watch order, for sure.
Yeah.
Once.
Same order as last time?
Sounds about right.
Alright.
Well, regardless, how are you guys? What's the sleeping arrangement?
How many tents are there?
2.
There's 2 and each can fit like 4 people.
Gotcha.
They're pretty large. They're nice. And they are close by. They're within earshot.
Sure.
Gotcha. Is this like the bridge puzzle? Or the boat
See,
puzzle?
you can't have Cole in the same tent as Thach
Right.
unless Cricket's also there.
No, even then, probably a bad idea. Cole needs to be in the same tent as Daru. Iskar can't be left alone without somebody supervising, probably Cricket.
Someone who's very good at noticing things. Probably Cole.
Well, also,
Cole is gonna work tough.
what are our absolutely. What are our sleep or our guard?
4th watch for me.
Yeah, well, what's our guard pairings? Because that should be. It doesn't make sense to like pull somebody out of each tent every time.
Does it not? I feel like that's kind of a good idea.
No, you do 2 and 2, right? Like that's. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Who
I've never
matters
had a
that
watch.
much?
I've never had a watch order in real life.
Fuck. We'll just go with that. That's good. Unless you want to take Knox, we'll take Simmons. I feel like we're picking at kickball.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care. Either way is fine.
Cool. I will draw your attention to the top left of the map.
So, I'm going to save you guys some time because the watch order is irrelevant. The point is that first Rezik shows Cricket, Iskar, Thach, and Simmons to their tent, and then heads over to the other tent with Daru, Cole, Nox, and Tuff. And proceeds to just tell you all tomorrow morning. I want you to take your things and never return here.
Who says this? Sno says this?
Rude.
Rezik.
Rezik.
I mean, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, we were going to do it anyway. Third of all, I'm thinking about not doing it just to spite you. What's your problem?
Who do you think you are?
He drops to his knees, puts his hands on the ground, and bows his head to the floor. Please leave here and do not come back.
I mean, you're not offering me any real like what, like why? What's going on? I mean, I could talk for a while about why I want to do that too, but now you pique my interest, so please.
If Thackeray activates that Titan, it could kill him.
Oh, that's good. Really glad that you brought that up now. Like, after he tried to activate it, you prick.
I tried to stop it.
So tell me, what do you know about this Titan? Because obviously some stuff's getting hidden from us, and personally, as you may have overheard me very spirited, our spirited discussion with my companions in a accent that I am not currently holding up. We're a little concerned about letting a giant stone beast run amok through the land. So what do you know?
I don't know much about it, but I do know that it requires an immense amount of energy, and if someone was to activate it for a prolonged period of time, it would begin draining their life force away. Thackeray is gifted with a powerful blessing that would make him capable of activating it for a far longer time than most people, but if the scars on his arm reach his heart, he will die.
Cole's gonna kind of think on this for a second. Can I roll insight and just determine if his only concern is Thach's safety?
Sure.
Boop.
Seems to be.
You seem really concerned for this one null for a bunch of people whose MO seems to be unleash the giant stone golem and maybe they'll scare everyone or kill everyone out. Why him particularly?
That I cannot say.
Oh yes, you can. I'm gonna Z-snap at him.
Oh damn!
Just you can't come in here. You can't bring this on us. Pout something specifically about him that's apparently going against the rest of your people. And what a terrible Z-snap! It's actually just a half
A Y?
circle. Yeah, it's a Y. You can't just drop that on us and be like, I don't know, I can't tell you why. Cole's raising his voice at this point, by the way, like some kind of talk. It's probably about how comfortable the beds are or some shit to the other tent.
God, that Z snap is so bad.
It was a joke roll. It was really bad though.
Yeah, it works because I was going to ask you to roll like intimidation or persuasion,
Oh,
but Z snap
okay.
seems very appropriate.
That's fair.
That's
actually a skill check I'd like to use inspiration if I have it.
Sure.
Oh my god, we're inspiring a Z-snap.
Oh man, here we go.
Proper Z.
Oh, much better.
Ah,
Okay.
A little
yeah.
better.
A little better, yeah.
Right. Pull up his stats.
At some point, I'm sure that I do. If I hear this with an 11, send a message to somebody else in the tent to make sure everything's okay.
You're deaf as shit. You don't hear anything.
Okay.
You don't get to pick and choose your perception checks.
I gave myself -5.
Wait, did you?
I did. I rolled an 11 after the -5.
I rolled a 12. Just one
Oh,
above.
it still
your
just
11.
says 16 for me.
I mean, I had to take it out manually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an 11 after I took my 5 out.
The tens aren't like... It's not a side-by-side.
Okay. I got the impression they were like as we were choosing watch order, you said they were both pretty close.
They were within
They're,
earshot.
Like, they're within your earshot. Like if you were to yell at somebody, but if you're just having a conversation in one of the tents, they're not gonna overhear you.
A little muffled, I guess. You can hear them talking.
Yeah.
Someone's shouting.
I only made it because Cole specifically said he was shouting.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm
unimportant.
used to it.
I'm just checking
I
in to make
kinda-
sure that
yeah.
they aren't like in combat over there.
Yeah, it's not like, I don't know, unless Cole is like screaming like he's fighting someone.
I feel like we've gotten used to Cole shouting at people and just kind of tune it out.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
What was
this
that?
is probably not. I was trying to ask Eart
Oh,
a
a
Z-snap,
Z-snap.
but it didn't.
Oh
yeah,
no,
it didn't take the.
The spaces.
the weird, the space.
Oh, well,
It's okay, we appreciate it.
he just
Oh.
Z-snaps in reverse and just undoes it, and that's how that works.
He S snaps. Or what's the opposite of a Z snap? An A snap?
It's not safe for me to say here. Sorry. Just
What if you write it down on a piece of paper and then hand it very quietly to me, and then we destroy the evidence? I mean, or maybe you want to meet us somewhere and talk about it, because this seems really, really important. Oh, it's still close.
The name. The cricket.
God damn it. Fuck this game.
thanks, Roll 20.
Hey, that's close enough.
Close enough.
It's close.
He kind of he seems very torn and ambivalent, but eventually says, I can assure you that it's of no concern. It will not affect you.
Who else is in here? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just don't wish to see a life lost for this cause.
Do I sense bullshit on that? Or am I actually looking too far into it?
Sure, give me an insight check. There's definitely something going on. It's a little hard to say if he's... You can't really sense anything malicious about it.
Right.
But there's something he's being very insistent about it. He's obviously essentially groveling at your feet, begging you to just not do this thing that the rest of his tribe seems to be pretty dead set on.
Oh, no sweat there, buddy. I'm in your corner. I'm gonna pick him up. How old is this guy?
Probably late 40s, 50s.
Okay. Pick him up, dust him off a little bit, straighten his shirt, kind of walk him out of the tent, put my arm around him, just hey, I agree. We're gonna leave. First thing in the morning, we've got a lot of stuff to do. We don't have time to hang out with you guys. I would love to show you some Kinran dances. Maybe you've seen them before. I know you guys hang out with that other tribe, but you haven't seen any from the west. Have you seen any from the west? That's great. By the way, these are the rest of my friends as I push them into the other tent.
He very, very clearly resists going in. I guess give me an athletics check to try and
Oh boy.
shove him in.
Things I'm good at, not that. Can Cole push an old man? Well, he's middle-aged.
Fit.
Fit as
Shit.
fuck.
He's still an old.
I'm just gonna push uselessly against his chest as he just doesn't move. Um,
Ooh, sturdy.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
uh, all right. Are we kicking up enough of a fuss that like the others can hear us?
At this point, being outside the tents, yeah, the rest of you
All
guys can start to hear something happening at least.
Just walk outside and just Cole's putting all his body weight into pushing this guy 5 feet and is not succeeding.
Yeah, something wrong?
Yeah, you know.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh. I want you to tell them what you told me. Go on now, you can do it. Give him a friendly little pat on the hip.
Oh, Zach's sleeping.
Probably is. Yeah. He goes to
Perfect.
bed early.
I'll turn to those of you that are here. Say, I just think it would be best if you all leave early tomorrow. And not return. For the time being, at least.
Gonna make the go on gesture like a director at the side of like a play trying to get him to say their next line.
As he's doing that, I very visibly and openly cast a spell to cast a message over to Cole, making sure that this guy sees me do it. What is this about? Should I be checking things?
He wants us to leave because he thinks that the big stone golem is gonna kill Thackeray.
Noted.
Very fortunate they didn't tell us that beforehand.
Right. Okay. Let's see what I can do. And then I'm going to cast another spell, point a finger at Cole, try to make it look as much like I am casting another message as possible, and cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
On who?
It's on myself. It's just a self spell.
Oh.
I mean, I choose who I'm going to watch once I've cast it.
Right.
He does kind of look to Cole a little, clearly with a little bit of annoyance, like.
Shouldn't have trusted me, son.
In that older kind of like I'm your senior, you little shit. What are you doing? If you think you can intimidate me into doing this shit, you've got another thing coming. And he's a little distracted by that and probably isn't going to notice Cricket. Ooh, almost.
Ooh,
so.
he tries. Yeah.
Actually, oh shit. Yeah, as you cast Detect Thoughts, his first thought is, I know what you're doing.
Ooh. Then you understand the importance of what's happening here. Why are you telling us this? What is going on? You understand that how you respond is no longer important. I'm just shaping what you're thinking. Why are you telling us this? Why do you care about Thach? Why do you want us gone?
Alright, I'm going to send you.
Okay. I dropped the spell. Okay, alright. I go back into the tent.
Hey, what the fuck?
And Brezzik walks away.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna grab Cricket's shoulder and be like, okay, so like, I don't want to get in the business there.
I'm not mind controlled. I'm not charmed. It's
What? No, I'm just asking what you just did. What was all that?
I was making sure he was telling the truth. I was trying to understand the reasoning behind it. I buy his reasoning, but it's private. It's a good reason. tell you when it's appropriate. What I'm trying to say is I think someone else should be the first to understand it, the first to know.
Gonna kind of glance over to Thach and like narrow his eyes a little bit. It's like, well, whatever. As long as they're not gonna shoot me with arrows or anything in the morning, that'd be good.
No, they aren't. They'll let us go. Plan A still in action. A for acorn.
Cool. Well, Go's gonna go to bed
Tough
after
love to go.
complaining about his sleeping arrangements.
Real quick, would I know? It's possible to lie, right? To force a false thought. Can I incite a thought? Do I need to? How reliable do I think this intel is?
Oh god, I'm pretty sure you made this check before. You're definitely aware that it's definitely fallible. There are things that can be done to trick it. You could attempt an insight if you want.
Okay.
It seemed pretty genuine.
Okay.
Yeah, like, you know that this spell isn't perfect, but it's pretty good.
Right. And I don't see any
unless-
reason for him to lie about that either.
Yeah, and unless there's someone kind of generally needs to be making preparations to avoid it, there are very few people who can just innately bypass something like this.
Oh yeah, it's hard as fuck to control your thoughts. Okay, cool. That's good for me. Hang on, I want to roll. What would this even be? It's gonna
My
be
immediate thought every time somebody brings up mind reading.
so like 10 seconds after you think that, Cole. Even though Cricket has dropped the spell, he turns around and winks.
God damn you.
I'll betray trust for a prank.
I'm just gonna start thinking like the worst things I can think of. Like somebody throwing a puppy off a cliff.
No,
Or-
don't do that. I mean, I don't
He's
see
doing
it.
it.
I don't see it, but don't do that
It's like,
to
"You-
yourself.
You see that? You see that jerk? Yeah, take that.
He's thinking goatsy.
Ah,
It's something he's seen
Now
first.
all of you are too. Why did I do this to myself? I also just lost the game. Fuck this game,
shit, it's like 2006 again.
right?
Anyway,
Aside from that, the rest of the night goes by uneventfully. You guys wake up the next morning. Frieder is busily getting ready for the day of travel.
Oh, can we call him Fritter?
Aw, it's better than what was it, Bob?
Benny.
Benny. Benny's a good name too, but
It's Fritter. First of all, Fritter.
I feel like
But
it's.
Fritter sounds cute.
Is it worse to give him a slave name or to botch his real name? Which of these two is more ethically deplorable?
Yes.
Oh, you'd know.
We can't do the slave name. That's awful.
Could have gone with Toby, but I thought that would be racist.
Why is that racist?
Toby.
No reason.
Is there a
So
okay?
the morning comes, and are you guys just heading out?
Yeah,
or
awaken.
what's the plan?
And go say bye to the elders. Gotta say we're gonna try to get this first spark as soon as we can. But we got other things to do first.
Thach, roll me a persuasion check for no reason.
A persuasion check.
Yeah, just a persuasion check.
Here it comes.
Okay. Carry on.
Yeah, I just say bye. It's polite to say goodbye to your host. He already healed himself last night. He's fine. He does alarm boat the 10th.
I assume.
Probably good call. Also, what was his name? Grizz. It was a Z or a G.
Rezik?
Rezik. Okay.
With 2 R's and another 2 R's and 2 Y. I think. So 1 Y and a CK. Yeah.
Okay.
2 Ks.
Perfect.
2 R's. 4 R's and 2 Ks. I love his name.
My name generators are wonderful. They're so kind to me.
I feel like you should roll the R's when they're doubled.
I do too. I physically can't roll my letters.
Rezik.
They just never learn how.
It's okay. We're gonna teach your tongue dexterity. It involves a lot of flailing.
By the way, can we talk about something real quick? Why do we always have to travel in the daytime, first of all? Explain this to me. We could travel at night.
We could. I honestly would probably prefer that. I've always been a night person.
Because there are more dangerous creatures that are nocturnal.
That's true.
We're the most dangerous creatures in the night.
Yeah, but it's better to not be attacked while traveling. Also, highwaymen.
Oh, stretch. When have we ever stepped foot on a highway?
It's true, we're in the mountain currently. Mountain men?
Also known as Canadians.
Mounties. The CR8 Mounties.
Can we face a Mountie? They're CR8.
On the road again.
They'd be a higher CR if they had actual weapons.
I hear they had like a license to kill in every place.
What's the CR on a dire moose?
I
12
imagine the same as a giant
elk?
giant elk, so I think
Yeah.
it's CR2.
Are they really only CR2? Huh.
That makes them like 18 times more dangerous than the commoner. So I think the commoner is like 1/2, or is it 1/8?
I think commoners are a 4th. No, I think there might be an 8th, yeah. I don't know. CR is stupid and doesn't actually work or mean anything.
I only use it for the purpose of spell. Like polymorph.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. What do I do with this information?
What's wrong, Bug?
Oh, nothing.
You look a little frazzled.
I don't know. Thinking about all this, the Titan, the world ending. You know, it's a lot to process. I don't want anyone I care about getting hurt.
That's fair. I'm with Iskar. I kind of want to go home. But we can't. Not until this is done. But hey, you're all looking after my back. It's a big bag. I got yours too.
Of course. Hey,
Will be swell.
in a hypothetical situation,
So it's real, huh?
in a hypothetical situation,
People don't normally have to say hypothetical.
I make hypotheticals all the time, man. You've been around me long enough to know that I do that. Is that a thing I do? I think it is, yeah. In a hypothetical situation where you knew something, but it was really important, but maybe it wasn't important, but, like, it's not important to you, but it might be important to somebody else, but maybe also important that they don't know, what would you do? Did you get any of that?
Come again?
I don't know. You want to know a secret?
Is this part of the hypothetical?
Yeah. But this one's real.
Okay. Is it your secret?
No.
I keep secrets that people tell me. I think you should too.
Have we already left camp?
If you'd like to.
This is as we are, like, walking out. We've walked, like, 4 minutes out of the camp.
That was some good lore.
That was crazy. It's a big old information dump. That explains a lot, really. All those visions that we had.
I mean dinner, but I know they were old and boring.
Well, sometimes old and boring people can be really cool and important. Like one
They
in
were.
particular, maybe.
Yeah, Gran. Wow. She creaked in every part of her body.
Yeah, she did. You don't think that she was, like, maybe somebody's wife, right? Like, do you think her and, like, Rezik were a thing?
With an age difference.
It's so
I don't
hard
know.
to tell
I don't know
on
much.
Knowles, yeah.
I don't know much about our culture, so I'll ask next time we get back.
Yeah. Do you want to know more about their culture or about, like, them in general? Or do you feel
Of
just kind
course.
of detached and maybe, like, it's not that important?
Well, I feel like it's not my culture, you know? It's a part of what I am, but it ain't who I am.
I think that's actually a very respectable opinion to have. You know, just because it's in your blood doesn't mean you have full claim to it.
Yeah, I was raised by humans, and I feel proud, you know, to be a part of that culture.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like respectful or well, it's important, but I don't feel like it's all that respectful to try and stick my nose in the culture I don't know nothing about just because it's what I am, you know?
Yeah, so before we get any farther from the camp, Rezik's your dad.
Could you repeat that?
What?
I think. I'm pretty sure. He thinks
No,
so.
sorry, you
anyway.
broke up literally, and I heard nothing.
Oh, you know, I think Rezik's your dad, or he thinks he's your dad anyway. Or, wait, he's your dad. That one. The one that makes sense based on your ages.
You said a lot of things, a lot of them involved Rizik being my dad. And
It's just a hunch. It could be, it could be wrong. It's not wrong. He seems to believe that. And I figured I should bring it up now while we're still close to the camp so that if that changes the way that you want to do things, I just didn't want to...
Thach's running back.
Okay, good. I'm glad I did it. Okay. Oh, God, I'm glad this did not happen 2 weeks from now.
like he's dropped his satchel, he's dropped the goat, he's just running back.
Okay.
It's like,
oh my God, you forgot the I chase after with all of this stuff.
The gate is currently shut.
hey, shattered tooth.
Yes.
Hi,
Did you forget something?
yeah, Rizik.
All right. We'll fetch him for you. One moment.
Thank you kindly.
Oh, take care of your giant. I love him. I'll miss him.
Did you leave him?
Feed him well. He likes corn. I can't do this. I'm gonna cry.
Also,
That's right here. Eventually. God. Let's roll charisma.
Oh boy.
He's gonna hide. He's gonna say, "Oh, the Rezik, the keeper is busy. You have to come back later." Oh, what's that mean?
Sorry, the keeper's busy. You'll have to come back some other time. He says he'll be busy for several days.
No, wait. Oh, please.
Sorry, he left several hours ago.
Oh, but we just. How are you getting this information? He said he was busy. Look, do you want me to be a chosen one or not?
Carrier pigeon. Now, be on your way.
See no pigeon coops in. The air gets mighty thin up here. They suffocate.
Couple of moments go by.
You see,
It's pretty clear. Like the guards are like clearly listening and having a conversation with somebody that you can't see.
is that Rezik over there?
It's the fucking Monty Python castle wall skit.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
How tall is how high up is it?
The wall itself is probably about 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
The towers are probably like 25 or so.
Gotcha. He looks over there and he misty steps into the tower.
Oh jeez. Oh, I don't know if I should have told him. This is
The guards suddenly know counterspell and don't use it. So you're in the tower, and you can see that on the ladder is Rezik mid-conversation with these guards, telling them that their performance is piss poor.
Hey, keeper.
Oh, damn cats.
cool. Yeah, okay. I deserve that. I 100% deserve that. The truth will set you free.
Go fuck yourself.
I do that frequently, actually. It's great.
Language.
Also, language.
Sorry. Didn't mean to raise my voice like that. It's just. Can we talk? Please?
Of course. He steps down the ladder and then tells the guards to open the gate and steps out with you.
Right. So we can walk out of earshot if it helps.
Yeah, he just kind of walks out of earshot.
Wow. I'm not sure what to say. I want to say something.
Likewise.
So, you think you're my pa?
I'm positive.
He's positive.
No.
Aha! That's a good one!
Oh no.
If Knowles wagged your tails, his tail would be wagged. But well, where you sent me away?
We
You and Ma sent
we had to.
why?
Our tribe has been working to stop that thing for centuries. I've always supported it. It's been our life. But when your mother and I, when you were born, and that storm came and left you with those scars, a part of me should have been happy, delighted. Been waiting our whole lives to see this happen. But neither of us wanted you to be forced into a life where you had to fight. We wanted you to be happy, and we wanted to give you your best chance. So before anyone found out, we took you away. Your mother took you to a farm, found family. I hope they treated you as well as we hoped. But we knew that staying with us would. It just wasn't the life that we wanted for you. Didn't want you to have some destiny forced on you. Just wanted you to be happy, be loved, not revered or
What happened to Ma?
I don't know. A few months ago, she went scouting with some others, and the party went missing, and we haven't seen them since.
I think I know where she is. He takes out from the little pouch he wears around his neck. He opens the little compartment where the needle is safe, and he pulls it out. This hers?
He smiles a little, kind of sad, kind of reminiscent way, and gently takes it from you, looks at it. Yeah, that's hers, all right.
He takes Rezik's hand, gently closes it around the needle. Not like it's pricking him or anything, it's sideways.
Yeah, carefully.
And he just says, you better hold on to that for me, okay?
I couldn't do that. She meant it for you.
And I'm gonna find her and bring her back.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Terrible at it. He seems determined, but not confident.
He takes your hand and puts the needle back into it again, gently.
Sighing.
This may help you find her.
That's right. It's magic. He puts it back in his locket. Instead, he pats himself down, realizes his bindle was dropped back there.
Cricket is at the base of the
Yep.
wall, just like yelling and beastkin up at these towers. Like, he left his stuff. He needs it.
He left. He walked out.
I left my wallet.
He's in there somewhere. Can you just deliver this to him? Actually, on second
I
thought,
should-
I don't know what he's got in here. I don't know if I should do
No, we're back outside.
I should be able to come in. I have a stamp on my hand.
I swear, I
No.
paid. My friend's in there.
No, I think we're back outside.
Yeah, they're both outside of the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, just kidding. Okay.
Yeah, we're technically walking your direction.
Oh, okay.
I didn't close my tab.
I find Crick holding the bindle. I say, oh, thank you. I take it. I rub Cricket's head, and I pull apart the hobos. The hobos, and in it there's a bunch of wrapped up letters. And I take it over to Rezik. I pull open the first one very gently. It's kept together by twine. Inside this parchment there's just stacks of like envelopes. Some newer and each one underneath older and older. And he says, Rezik, when you and Ma sent me away, I want you to know that I was happy and loved every day of my life. Sometimes it was hard. I didn't feel like I fit in, but they made me feel like I fit in. And I went out into the world today because I wanted to say thank you for what you did. I thought maybe you didn't want me. That was okay, I thought maybe you needed to give me away. The weeds, when I was little, my first birthday, they wanted to thank you for bringing me to them. So they helped me write a letter. And, we figured maybe because Ma was sending packages and food that we could reach her. We sent her my first birthday invitation. It's addressed. It's just Ma. I didn't know what her name was or what your name was. But this here is an invitation to my first birthday. And, the second one and third one. I learned to write around this point. I just want you to know that You're a part of my family too, and you're welcome at the Weeds Farm. Always welcome.
Pulls an arm around you.
That practically crushes him in a hug.
Hear him kind of like grunt a little bit. See, take after your mother in that regard.
Thanks. She a big lady, huh?
Quite.
What was her name?
Her name's Vo.
Is that Vo spelled Rezik like some thick? No ladies are bigger than males, I think, right? If it's anything like, oh my god, that is not how it's spelled.
It's just Vo.
Just Vo. It's like the polar opposite of present. Isn't the shorter your name, the bigger the knoll you are?
No, thankfully.
Vo. Vo shattered too. Voice. Vo wow.
Cricket dies horribly.
Vo Rivertooth.
Vo River too. He wipes his snotty nose because he's terrible. And I'll find Vo. I'll find Ma. We can be a happy family again.
On that note, if I can, I know you're going to kill me in like 30 seconds, but if you want me to help magically find her first, do you have anything that belongs to her or belonged to her?
Needle?
The needle might work, I suppose. If
I
you...
always considered it hers.
Yeah.
It's never been my needle. It's always Ma's needle.
That's fair. That might do it. Sorry. Okay. I'll go wait to be killed over here.
Please don't kill him. He means well. I've been looking for any sign of my parents ever since I left. And, I've faced dragons. I've faced whatever it is I've faced. There's just so many out there trying to kill you. This is the first time. Why didn't you say nothing?
I just don't know what to say. You're... I had hoped you'd never come here.
His ears kind of droop at that.
I'm so happy to see you. I wish you had never gotten caught up in all of this.
Well, it ain't your fault. Just so you know, it just sort of happened that way. In the so that cat back there, Cricket, he says sometimes just things just happen to people, whether they like it or not. I figured it's up to them to figure out what happens next. And I could just stay home and live there until my entire family turned to cannibals because of a cult infiltration. If that happened. Or I could have gone out and solved it. Things happen for a reason. May not always be good reasons, but now I got two dads just like her.
I'm sorry.
He got yeah, he got like two I don't know how it works. Magic's a strange and wonderful thing. I can't wait to get two moms again too. Did I mention I was terrible with words?
I'm very sorry that I passed that curse on to you as well.
Well, Ma didn't seem to mind.
Oh, I suppose she didn't. You know,
Right.
You're going to do amazing things. Just be careful.
I will.
You have a gift. So just don't waste it.
Yes, sir. I'll figure this out. And then I'll come back. And we're gonna have a hoedown back at the farm, okay? Sorry, that's like a dance or a party.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm much for dancing, but
Eating, music, talking, or just sitting quietly in the corner, that's fine too.
eating and sitting quietly in a corner sounds wonderful, actually.
Did you make that boar?
Not on my own, but I helped.
It was good.
Thank you.
Right. You're real important back there. I'm real sorry. I had to pull you out in front of everyone.
It's all right. I should have told you myself.
Well, that's what friends are for. Best be letting you get on your way. Oh wait, what?
You have a lot to take care of, but I told your friends not to bring you back here.
Oh, you missed that part.
For your own safety.
My safety? Don't they want me back?
They do, but it's complicated and dangerous. But that doesn't mean that I can't leave once in a while if you feel like having me around.
Of course I want you around. I've always wanted a bigger family. I know it's dangerous back in there, and to be completely honest, we're not really on board with the whole scaring people bit. We're kind of leaving it to the very end. Well, we've already spoken about this.
Unfortunately, this plan doesn't really work if it's at the last minute.
I know. We'll figure something out.
He kind of places a hand on the back of your head, presses his forehead to yours.
Thach shuts his eyes, leans into it.
I don't have any right to tell you what to do with your life. But no matter what happens, I'm proud of you.
Snotty sniffling sound. Just thanks, Pop.
Get out of here before they start poking their nose in this. They can't know that your mother and I did.
I know. I want to get you in trouble. Keeper Rezik. He winked.
I love you, Thackeray.
Love you, Pa. And he turns, kind of looks over his shoulder as he walks away. Joins his friends.
Rezik turns, begins walking away. And as he does, I need Cricket to make a wisdom save.
God damn it! I can I use my reaction to identify the spell and maybe choose to fail it?
Sure. Let me just double check that this is a good thing. Yeah, it totally is. So, yeah, this is a fear spell.
Not what I was expecting. I'll save. No, I won't.
Yeah, you immediately drop everything you're holding and run in terror.
Oh boy! Oh my god! I counter charm.
Where are you going?
I counter charm and save with advantage. God.
The next-
Oh no! I think that's good. I run for 6 seconds. Okay.
You get to backseat that.
All right. Point made. Oh, God, he's real scary.
Pick up my stuff again.
Sorry, I dropped it.
It's okay. Sorry I dropped it the first time.
Hey, I hope I made the right call there. I'm not entirely sure. I just, I figured you could use a little safe feeling. I know that would have done it for me.
He just responds by picking Cricket up in the big bone-crunching hug. And then carries him over his shoulder for the rest of the walk.
Right.
Kind of like a log.
Bye, Rezik. Ooh.
Just, he doesn't turn, but he raises a hand.
Wait! What's the G in my name stand for?
Do you know anybody on the Thacharay Council by any chance? Do you know the names of the council members?
I yell, what's the G in my name stand for?
Yeah, Falcon, Wilson, Rolka, Falcon.
That's a mouthful.
I
I will accept Gackery.
He yells back that they did not give you a middle name.
What's the G for then, Weeds?
Gackery. It's Gackery. We all know it's Gackery.
It's probably Gack.
It's actually G for Buckland.
Oh no!
Makes sense that it was misspelled. To Guckland. Thackeray Guckland.
The G is silent.
Oh. It's
Yep. Frisk,
Yeah.
the character you've put so much time and love into is my legacy.
I accept this burden.
I could see that.
Man, we're literally brothers from another mother. What's up?
Oh man. Oh shoot. What do we do now? Did we get like bling?
I mean, yeah, but
Could be like BMs, like brothers from other mothers. Oh, BM could stand for Batman too. We can't do it. Right? And he hurries along to catch up with everyone else, even though Cricket can run faster than he can.
I can, but that requires me to like exert effort. This is kind of nice up here. I feel tall. Onward to adventure.
And certain death.
Probable death.
Certain.
I hope not. I'm going back there.
With that, I think that might be a good place for us to wrap up.
Acorns next time. And swords.
Acorns and
Acorns?
swords.
And more beans.
And
Don't forget
possibly
the
more,
beans.
possibly more beans.
I keep missing bean-related activity.
We planted a few of the beans, and we saved a couple specifically for Cole
Yeah.
and Daru. So, like, if you guys want to plant a couple beans.
I don't want to plan them.
Oh, wait,
But
Daru
I'll
wasn't
watch.
here. That's right.
Dude, you don't want to
Yeah.
get weird with beans? I mean, we can-
I'll watch you plant some beans
I'll watch from a distance.
safely from behind this rock over here.
No, I watch from right up close, man. If any good shit comes from these beans, I want to be part of it.
Is there any room behind that rock for as well?
Yes, absolutely. Found a really big one.
Excellent.
I'm really good at finding big rocks that I can hide behind.
I'm proficient in throwing rocks. You're proficient in hiding behind. What if I throw a rock at you and give you cover?
It'd have to be a really big rock.
Yeah, is that our team move?
There is going to be some fight where, like, the boss has a big telegraphed breath weapon or whatever, and we're all going to be in a safe spot, but Daru's going to be, like, paralyzed out in the open, and Thach has to, like, throw a rock to provide him cover before the breath goes off. And I can't wait.
Wait, I got it. Cool, make the rock. Throw it to Thackeray, who throws it, and Daru Schmidt hides behind it.
And then I get it off.
It's
Hey.
completely ineffective. The rock thing, not the other.
We'll call it the coward combo.
Everyone sucks. Wow.
Everyone's scared. Cole's like, oh, I hate magic. Thach's like, I don't want it. Daru's like, I will hide behind it.
Cole hates all magic that he doesn't actively participate or create it.
I made a rock,
It's like
and now I
mustard.
hate it.
He'll warm up eventually.
Yeah, you got that picture of your parents and your family. Slightly mad. Oh my gosh, what are we doing next?
Acorns and swords.
Which one first?
Probably, I think the swords are going to be on the way, because I think the sword is, like, right here, and then the acorn we have to go to, like, the tippy-tip top. Or something like that. We just have to find, like, a very high peak. The highest peak.
We gotta